Lenin died in 1924 at age 53. His ideas shaped the political landscape of the 20th century more than almost any other thinker. He built a theory of revolution that actually produced a revolution, a rare achievement in intellectual history. The Soviet state he founded lasted 70 years and influenced half the globe at its peak. Whether you view this legacy as liberation or catastrophe, you cannot understand modern politics without understanding Lenin. His concepts penetrated economics, philosophy, political organization, anti-colonial movements, and theories of the state. Even his fiercest critics built their arguments in reaction to frameworks he established. This makes him essential for anyone seeking to understand how ideas translate into world historical change. Most discussions of Lenin reduce him to slogans or caricatures, both from admirers and opponents. Supporters treat his writings as sacred texts, while critics dismiss him as merely a ruthless power seeker. Both approaches obscure what actually made his thought distinctive and historically consequential. Lenin synthesized multiple intellectual traditions and adapted them to conditions Marx never anticipated. He built organizational theories that solved practical problems other revolutionaries could not solve. He developed economic analyses of global capitalism that remain debated in scholarly circles today. He wrestled with philosophical questions about knowledge, materialism, and the relationship between theory and action. Understanding all this requires examining his ideas as a living system that evolved through real experience. What follows will trace the full architecture of Lenin's thought without shortcuts or simplifications. We will examine his core philosophical commitments and the reasoning chains that produced them. We will trace how his ideas developed historically in response to specific events and theoretical challenges. We will explore the major critiques from every direction and assess their validity honestly. We will identify the underlying assumptions that often remain hidden beneath his explicit arguments. We will connect his ideas to developments in economics, sociology, political science, and organizational theory. The goal is neither worship nor dismissal, but genuine comprehension of a thinker who changed history. Part 1. The Forge of a Revolutionary Mind. Lenin was born in 1870 in Simbirsk, a provincial Russian town on the Volga River. His father, Ilya Nikolaevich, was an inspector of schools who believed deeply in education and public service. The family belonged to the minor nobility, a social position that provided access to education without great wealth. This background meant young Vladimir grew up literate, comfortable, and exposed to progressive ideas of his era. His childhood contained no obvious seeds of revolution until one decisive event shattered everything. In 1887, his older brother Alexander was arrested for plotting to assassinate Tsar Alexander III. Alexander refused to seek clemency and was hanged at age 21 for his role in the conspiracy. Vladimir was 17 years old when the state executed his brother for revolutionary terrorism. The execution transformed Vladimir from a conventional student into a seeker of radical answers. He was expelled from Kazan University for participating in student protests shortly after enrolling. Barred from formal education, he educated himself through intensive reading of radical literature. His brother had been influenced by a Russian thinker named Nikolai Chernyshevsky, so Vladimir devoured his works. Chernyshevsky was a materialist philosopher who spent decades in Siberian exile for his revolutionary writings. His novel, titled after a question that became Lenin's own pamphlet title, shaped an entire generation. Lenin later wrote that Chernyshevsky transformed him more profoundly than anyone else in his youth. He spent weeks studying this single author and took extensive notes that he kept for years afterward. Chernyshevsky taught Lenin that philosophy must connect directly to action and social transformation. He emphasized that ideas about the world must correspond to material reality, not religious or idealist abstractions. This was philosophical materialism, the view that matter exists independently of our perceptions of it. Chernyshevsky drew this from the German philosopher Ludwig Feuerbach, who critiqued idealism before Marx did. But Chernyshevsky combined this materialism with a burning conviction that intellectuals must lead social change. He portrayed a new type of person, the professional revolutionary who dedicates everything to transforming society. This figure sacrifices comfort, career, and personal life for the cause of human liberation. Lenin internalized this model and would later theorize it as the foundation of revolutionary organization. The second major intellectual influence came from Georgy Plekhanov, called the father of Russian Marxism. Plekhanov had converted from populism to Marxism in exile during the 1880s and wrote prolifically. His works demonstrated how Marxist theory applied specifically to Russian conditions and Russian questions. The populists believed that Russian peasant communes could skip capitalism entirely and build socialism directly. Plekhanov argued that this was romantic fantasy contradicted by the actual development of Russian economic life. He showed through detailed analysis that capitalism was already developing in Russia despite its apparent backwardness. This meant the industrial working class, not the peasantry, would be the revolutionary agent of change. Lenin found in Plekhanov both a framework for understanding Russian society and a polemical style he would adopt. Plekhanov developed what he called dialectical materialism, a philosophical system synthesizing Marx with German philosophy. This term did not actually originate with Marx or Engels, but became central to later Marxist thought. Dialectical materialism holds that reality consists of matter in constant motion and development through contradictions. Change occurs not smoothly, but through the accumulation of quantitative changes that produce sudden qualitative leaps. This philosophical framework shaped how Lenin understood social development, revolution, and political strategy. It taught him to look for contradictions within existing systems that could be exploited and intensified. It suggested that gradual reforms might accumulate until a revolutionary transformation became possible and necessary. Plekhanov also established the principle that revolutionary theory must precede and guide revolutionary practice. Lenin met Plekhanov in Switzerland in 1895 and considered him a figure of colossal intellectual stature. He later wrote that one should make oneself small in Plekhanov's presence out of genuine respect. But Lenin was never merely a disciple who accepted teachings uncritically from any master. He absorbed what he found useful and eventually broke decisively with Plekhanov over revolutionary strategy. This pattern repeated throughout his career as he synthesized, adapted, and ultimately transcended his sources. He took Chernyshevsky's emphasis on dedicated revolutionary intellectuals and placed it within a Marxist framework. He took Plekhanov's dialectical materialism and made it serve concrete political organization rather than pure theory. He took Marx's economic analysis and extended it to conditions Marx had not directly examined. Understanding Marx himself is essential for understanding what Lenin preserved, modified, and arguably distorted. Marx argued that human societies develop through stages determined primarily by their modes of economic production. The way people produce goods shapes their social relations, their politics, their culture, and their ideas. This is historical materialism, the view that economic base determines ideological and political superstructure. Capitalism contains internal contradictions that make it inherently unstable and destined for eventual replacement. The working class, exploited under capitalism, has both the interest and the power to overthrow this system. Marx believed that capitalism would first fully develop productive forces before socialism became historically possible. He expected revolutions to occur in advanced industrial countries like England, Germany, or France. Lenin faced a problem that Marx's framework did not directly address with sufficient precision for Russia. Russia in the 1890s was not an advanced industrial nation, but a largely peasant, agrarian society. If capitalism must fully develop before socialism becomes possible, Russia might wait indefinitely for revolution. If the working class must be the revolutionary agent, what happens when workers form only a tiny minority? These were not abstract academic questions, but urgent political problems requiring practical answers immediately. Lenin's genius lay in developing theoretical innovations that made revolution possible despite these conditions. He did not abandon Marx, but adapted Marxism to circumstances Marx had not foreseen or adequately theorized. This adaptation would make Leninism distinct from classical Marxism while claiming continuity with its essential principles. The Russian context demanded a theory of revolutionary action under conditions of autocratic political repression. Tsarist Russia had no parliament, no free press, no legal political parties, no rights of assembly. The secret police infiltrated opposition movements and sent revolutionaries to Siberian exile or the gallows. Open mass political organization of the kind possible in Germany or England was simply impossible here. Any revolutionary movement had to operate underground, in secret, constantly evading state surveillance and persecution. This reality shaped Lenin's thinking about organization in ways that would prove enormously consequential later. He did not develop his theory of the Vanguard Party from abstract preference for elite control. He developed it from hard practical experience of what actually worked under conditions of severe repression. Lenin spent years organizing, writing, distributing illegal literature, getting arrested, and serving exile in Siberia. This practical revolutionary work taught him lessons that purely theoretical Marxism could not provide. He learned that spontaneous working-class action, while valuable, could not by itself produce revolutionary change. He learned that organization matters, that discipline matters, that theoretical clarity among leaders matters enormously. He learned that the repressive apparatus of the state cannot be simply ignored or wished away. He learned that successful revolutionary movements require professional dedication, not part-time amateur involvement. All these practical lessons would inform his theoretical writings and distinguish his approach from other Marxists. Theory and practice formed a continuous loop in Lenin's development, each informing and correcting the other constantly. Part 2. The Vanguard Party, Consciousness from Without. In 1902, Lenin published a pamphlet that would define revolutionary organization for the next century. Its title, What is to be Done, deliberately echoed Chernyshevsky's famous novel that had transformed him as a youth. The pamphlet addressed an immediate practical question facing Russian socialists at that specific historical moment. But its arguments about consciousness, organization, and leadership transcended that context and became universally applied. Lenin was responding to a tendency called economism that had gained influence among Russian Marxists in the late 90s. The economists argued that workers should focus on economic struggles for better wages and working conditions. They believed that political consciousness would develop naturally from these economic battles against employers. Lenin considered this view a catastrophic error that would doom the revolutionary movement to permanent ineffectiveness. The core theoretical claim of what is to be done concerns the origins of revolutionary class consciousness. Lenin argued that workers left to their own spontaneous development would achieve only trade union consciousness. Trade union consciousness means understanding that workers must unite to bargain collectively with employers for improvements. This represents a real advance over isolated individual workers competing against each other in the labour market. But trade union consciousness accepts the fundamental framework of capitalism rather than seeking to overthrow it. Workers fighting for higher wages still accept that wages, profits and capital will continue to exist. They seek a better deal within the existing system rather than the abolition of that system entirely. Lenin insisted this was the maximum that purely spontaneous working-class activity could ever achieve alone. Revolutionary socialist consciousness, by contrast, requires understanding the totality of social relations in capitalist society. It means grasping how the state functions, how different classes relate to each other, how ideology operates. It requires theoretical knowledge of political economy, history, philosophy, and the mechanics of political power. Workers absorbed in daily struggles for survival have neither time nor access to acquire this comprehensive understanding. The knowledge exists, but it exists in books, universities, and intellectual circles outside the factory floor. Therefore, Lenin concluded, socialist consciousness must be brought to the working class from outside itself. This is the famous and controversial thesis of consciousness from without that defined Leninist organizational theory. It implied that intellectuals who had mastered Marxist theory had an indispensable role in the revolutionary movement. Lenin did not invent this idea entirely on his own, but drew it from Karl Kautsky, then the leading Marxist theorist. Kautsky had written that socialist consciousness was brought into the proletarian class struggle from outside. He noted that Marx and Engels themselves came from bourgeois backgrounds, not from the working class. The founders of scientific socialism were intellectuals who developed their theory through study, not factory labour. Lenin quoted Kautsky approvingly, and built his organizational conclusions upon this theoretical foundation from established orthodoxy. Later critics would attack Lenin for elitism, but he was initially restating what mainstream Marxism already accepted. The controversial part was not the theory of consciousness, but the organizational conclusions Lenin drew from it. If consciousness comes from without, then organization must be designed to transmit that consciousness effectively into the class. The organizational form Lenin proposed was the Vanguard Party of professional revolutionaries with specific characteristics. Members would not be casual sympathizers who attended occasional meetings when convenient for them. They would be dedicated individuals who made revolution their primary occupation and life commitment entirely. They would be trained in Marxist theory, skilled in underground work, and disciplined in following collective decisions. The party would maintain tight security against police infiltration through cell structures and careful membership screening. It would publish newspapers and literature to spread ideas and coordinate activity across the vast Russian Empire. It would send organizers into factories, universities, and military units to recruit workers and build influence systematically. This professional revolutionary organization would be the instrument for injecting socialist consciousness into spontaneous struggles. Lenin distinguished sharply between the Vanguard Party and the broader working-class movement it sought to lead. The party would be relatively small, composed only of the most committed and theoretically developed activists. The working class numbered millions, but the party might number only thousands or even hundreds of dedicated cadres. This small group would not substitute itself for the class or attempt to make revolution alone without mass support. Its role was to educate, organize, and lead the masses when conditions ripened for revolutionary action to succeed. The party would be like the general staff of an army, providing strategic direction to much larger fighting forces. Without such leadership, mass movements would dissipate their energy in uncoordinated actions that the state could easily suppress. With proper leadership, even smaller forces could achieve decisive results at critical historical moments when concentrated correctly. Critics immediately attacked this conception as elitist, undemocratic, and contrary to Marx's own vision of worker emancipation. Marx had written that the emancipation of the working class must be the act of the working class itself. How could workers emancipate themselves if intellectuals from outside were telling them what to think and do? Rosa Luxemburg, the brilliant Polish-German revolutionary, argued that Lenin underestimated working-class creative capacity. She believed that workers would develop revolutionary consciousness through their own experiences of mass struggle and action. Spontaneous strikes and uprisings educated the masses better than any vanguard party could ever hope to accomplish. Luxemburg feared that Lenin's centralized party would become a dictatorship over the proletariat rather than its instrument. These criticisms would prove prophetic in ways that even Luxemburg could not fully anticipate at that early date. Lenin responded that his critics romanticized spontaneity and underestimated the repressive power of the capitalist state apparatus. Left to itself, spontaneous working-class action had repeatedly been crushed, co-opted or diverted into reformist channels. The Paris Commune of 1871 showed heroic workers defeated because they lacked adequate political leadership. European trade unions had won real gains, but had also produced bureaucracies that opposed revolutionary transformation entirely. The German Social Democratic Party, the largest Marxist party in the world, was becoming increasingly reformist and cautious. Without a dedicated revolutionary core maintaining theoretical clarity, movements inevitably degenerated toward accommodation with capitalism. The Vanguard Party existed precisely to prevent this degeneration and to preserve revolutionary purpose through difficult periods. Lenin saw the choice not as democracy versus elitism, but as effective revolution versus perpetual defeat and co-optation. The Russian context shaped Lenin's thinking in ways that universalizing his theory sometimes obscures significantly. Tsarist autocracy made open mass parties impossible, so conspiratorial organization was a practical necessity for survival. Lenin acknowledged that conditions in Western Europe with legal workers' parties required different organizational approaches there. He did not initially claim that the Vanguard Party model applied universally to all countries, regardless of their conditions. But after the Russian Revolution succeeded where Western revolutions failed, the model was exported worldwide regardless. The Communist International, founded in 1919, imposed Leninist organizational principles on all member parties everywhere. What began as adaptation to Russian autocracy became a universal template for revolutionary organization across all contexts. This universalization produced both significant successes and catastrophic failures in different national settings over decades. The deeper assumption underlying the Vanguard Party theory concerns the relationship between knowledge and political legitimacy. Lenin assumed that correct theoretical understanding of history and society translated into legitimate political leadership authority. Those who understood Marxism most deeply were best qualified to guide the movement toward its historically necessary destination. This assumption has roots in Enlightenment rationalism and the belief that science should guide human social organization. Just as engineers who understand physics should design bridges, revolutionaries who understand history should design revolutionary strategy. But this analogy contains problems that Lenin never adequately addressed in his theoretical formulations on organization. Engineering deals with physical matter that cannot object to being shaped by technically correct designs and decisions. Politics deals with human beings whose consent and participation cannot be assumed simply because leaders possess superior knowledge. Part 3. Democratic Centralism, the Science of Organization. The Vanguard Party required internal operating principles that would make it effective as a revolutionary instrument. Lenin called these principles democratic centralism, a term that combined two seemingly contradictory organizational concepts together. Democracy meant that members could debate, discuss and vote on party positions before decisions were finalized officially. Centralism meant that once decisions were made, all members were bound to implement them with complete discipline. The combination aimed to capture benefits of both open deliberation and unified action in a single organizational framework. Members would contribute their knowledge and perspectives during debate, improving the quality of decisions through collective input. But endless debate would paralyze action, so discussion must conclude with binding decisions that everyone must follow loyally. This structure distinguished the Vanguard Party from both authoritarian sects and loose discussion circles equally inadequate for revolution. The democratic phase of democratic centralism had specific institutional expressions in Lenin's original conception of party structure. Party congresses would meet regularly to debate major questions of program, strategy, and organizational leadership thoroughly. Delegates to congresses would be elected by lower party bodies rather than appointed from above by current leaders. Congress decisions would bind the leadership itself, not just rank-and-file members at the base levels. Between congresses, a central committee elected by the Congress would guide day-to-day party operations continuously. The central committee would be accountable to the next Congress and could be replaced if its performance proved inadequate. Lower bodies could appeal decisions upward and could organize to change leadership at the next available Congress session. This structure created channels for influence to flow both upward and downward through the party organization simultaneously. The centralist phase kicked in once decisions were made through these democratic procedures at appropriate party levels. Minority factions that lost votes were expected to cease public advocacy and implement majority decisions loyally nonetheless. This did not mean minorities had to change their personal views or pretend to agree with positions they opposed. It meant they could not organize ongoing factional resistance that would undermine the unity of party action publicly. They could continue arguing their positions internally and seek to win majority support at future congresses legitimately. But in external activity, in public work, the party had to speak and act as one unified, disciplined force always. Enemies would exploit any visible divisions, and effectiveness required concentrating all forces in agreed-upon directions fully. Discipline was not blind obedience, but conscious acceptance of collective decisions made through legitimate democratic procedures. Lenin illustrated democratic centralism through the analogy of an orchestra, which has since become standard in explanations. Orchestra musicians are skilled professionals with their own interpretations and artistic judgments about the music performed. During rehearsals, they might discuss tempos, dynamics, and phrasing with the conductor who leads the ensemble formally. But during performance, every musician must follow the conductor's direction precisely, or the music becomes chaos immediately. The conductor does not suppress musicians' artistry, but coordinates it to produce results none could achieve individually alone. Similarly, party members bring expertise and judgment that improves decisions during deliberation phases of organizational life. But during action, execution must follow central direction, or the party's efforts scatter ineffectively against organized opposition. The analogy suggests that centralism serves democratic goals by making collective decisions actually effective in real-world results. Critics identified problems with this model that became increasingly apparent as it was implemented in actual practice. Who decides when debate ends and discipline begins, and what prevents premature closure of genuinely necessary discussions? The leadership that benefits from a particular decision also controls the mechanisms for determining when decisions become binding. This creates obvious incentives to cut off debate precisely when opposition is gaining strength against leadership positions. Lenin's model assumed good faith among party leaders who would allow genuine democratic input before invoking discipline requirements. But organizational structures must account for the possibility that leaders will abuse their positions for personal power advancement. Democratic centralism provided few institutional safeguards against leaders who exploited centralism while suppressing the democratic component entirely. This structural vulnerability would prove devastating when less scrupulous figures than Lenin took control of party machinery later. The ban on factions that Lenin introduced in 1921 at the 10th Party Congress illustrates the tension clearly. The Soviet state faced desperate crisis: civil war, economic collapse, peasant rebellions, and the Kronstadt uprising of disillusioned sailors. Lenin argued that internal party disputes were a luxury the revolution could not afford during such extreme emergency conditions. The Congress banned organized factions within the party, requiring unity behind leadership during the existential crisis period. Lenin presented this as a temporary emergency measure necessitated by circumstances rather than a permanent organizational principle. But temporary emergency measures have a tendency to become permanent features once those with power benefit from their continuation. Stalin later used the faction ban to crush all internal opposition and establish his personal dictatorship over the party apparatus. The tool Lenin created for crisis management became the instrument for eliminating every democratic element from Soviet political life. Defenders of Lenin argue that Stalin's abuse does not invalidate democratic centralism as an organizational principle itself. Any organizational form can be abused by those with bad intentions who gain control over institutional machinery somehow. Parliamentary democracy has produced fascist regimes when democratic forms were manipulated by anti-democratic movements successfully. The problem lies not in democratic centralism, but in the specific individuals who corrupted it for their own purposes. Lenin himself fought against bureaucratic tendencies and warned explicitly about Stalin's dangerous accumulation of power before dying. Had Lenin lived longer, or had different individuals succeeded him, democratic centralism might have functioned as intended. This defense has some merit, but underestimates how organizational structures shape outcomes beyond the intentions of their creators. Forms that concentrate power without adequate safeguards tend to produce authoritarian outcomes regardless of founding intentions expressed. A deeper issue concerns whether democratic centralism can function without the emergency conditions that seem to justify centralism. Lenin developed the model under Tsarist repression, where conspiratorial discipline was necessary for sheer organizational survival constantly. After the revolution, civil war and foreign intervention created new emergencies that demanded continued organizational discipline indefinitely. But emergencies never ended, because the Soviet state faced constant internal and external threats throughout its entire existence. The centralist component that was supposed to be balanced by democracy became permanent, while democracy remained perpetually postponed. This suggests that the model may function only during crisis, which then becomes the permanent condition justifying continued centralism. Organizations built for emergency tend to perpetuate emergency because their structure requires emergency conditions to seem legitimate. The Vanguard Party, designed for underground struggle, never fully adapted to conditions where open democratic participation became possible. Modern organizational theory offers frameworks for understanding both the strengths and pathologies of Leninist party structures. Centralized organizations can act quickly and concentrate resources effectively when facing hostile external environments constantly threatening them. They can maintain strategic coherence over time rather than drifting with every change in member preferences or external pressures. But centralization also creates information problems, as those at the top lose touch with conditions at the base levels. It creates succession problems as organizations become dependent on specific leaders whose departure causes crisis and instability inevitably. It creates accountability problems as leaders face few consequences for errors that damage the organization and its members significantly. These are not uniquely Leninist problems, but general organizational pathologies that afflict centralized structures of many different types. Lenin's contribution was adapting these structures for revolutionary purposes, with both the benefits and costs that centralization typically brings. Part 4. Dialectical Materialism, Lenin's Theory of Knowledge. Lenin did not only theorize about political organization, but engaged seriously with fundamental questions of philosophy itself. His major philosophical work, Materialism and Empiriocriticism, appeared in 1909 during a period of revolutionary defeat. The 1895 revolution had failed, and reaction gripped Russia with intensified repression against all opposition movements. Many intellectuals retreated from materialism toward idealist philosophies that seemed more sophisticated or spiritually satisfying than Marxism. Some Bolsheviks, including Lenin's close collaborator Alexander Bogdanov, embraced a philosophy called Empiriocriticism, derived from Austrian physicist Ernst Mach. Lenin saw this philosophical trend as a dangerous deviation that would undermine the theoretical foundations of revolutionary Marxism entirely. He spent months in libraries researching philosophy and natural science to write a comprehensive refutation of these views. The result was a polemical but substantive work that remains central to understanding Leninist epistemology and its assumptions. Empiriocriticism held that human knowledge consists only of sensations, and that we cannot know a reality beyond those sensations directly. Mach argued that concepts like matter, atoms, and causation were not descriptions of objective reality existing independently of observers. They were instead economical ways of organizing our sensations to predict future experiences more efficiently and successfully. Scientific theories were not true pictures of the world, but useful instruments for navigating experience without metaphysical commitments. This view attracted some Marxists who thought it represented the latest scientific philosophy superior to older materialism. They believed Marxism should update its philosophical foundations to align with modern physics and psychology's discoveries. Bogdanov attempted to synthesize Machian philosophy with Marxist politics in a system he called empirio-monism, combining both traditions. Lenin considered this project fundamentally misguided and dangerous to the revolutionary movement's theoretical coherence and practical effectiveness. Lenin defended what he called philosophical materialism against all forms of idealism with passionate and sometimes abusive argumentation. The fundamental question of philosophy, he insisted, was whether matter or mind constitutes the primary reality underlying everything. Materialists hold that matter exists objectively, independently of human minds, sensations, or perceptions of it completely. Our sensations are produced by matter acting on our sense organs, not the other way around, as idealists suggest. Idealists in various forms hold that mind, spirit, sensations, or ideas are primary and matter is derivative or illusory. Lenin placed empirio-criticism firmly in the idealist camp despite its scientific pretensions and rejection of traditional religious idealism. By denying that we can know matter independently of sensations, Mach effectively dissolved objective reality into subjective experience alone. This opened the door to solipsism, the view that only one's own mind certainly exists, which Lenin found philosophically absurd. Lenin's central positive thesis was that human sensations are copies, photographs, or reflections of objective material reality existing independently. When we perceive a tree, something really exists out there that causes our perception through light, eyes, and neural processes. Our perception may be imperfect or partial, but it corresponds to and is caused by actual material objects and processes. This correspondence theory of truth holds that true beliefs accurately reflect or represent the way reality actually is objectively. Science progressively improves our reflections, getting closer to accurate pictures of objective reality through systematic investigation. Lenin called this view the theory of reflection, and it became the official Soviet epistemology taught for decades afterward. The theory grounded scientific objectivity and gave Marxism a claim to scientific truth about society and historical development processes. If we can know objective reality, then Marxist analysis of capitalism can be objectively true, not merely one perspective among many equally valid ones. Lenin introduced a crucial distinction between absolute truth and relative truth to handle obvious problems with naive realism. Human knowledge at any given time is incomplete, approximate, and subject to revision as science advances further continuously. In this sense, all our truths are relative to our current state of knowledge and the limitations of our investigative methods available. But relative truths contain grains of absolute truth, accurate reflections of objective reality that will not be overturned later. Scientific progress consists of accumulating more absolute truth, expanding the accurate portions of our picture of reality steadily. We will never possess complete absolute truth because reality is infinitely complex and our knowledge always remains partial. But we can approach absolute truth asymptotically, getting ever closer without ever fully arriving at complete, perfect knowledge. This framework allowed Lenin to maintain scientific objectivity while acknowledging the provisional and developing character of actual scientific theories. Critics found Lenin's philosophical arguments crude compared to the sophisticated positions he was attacking with such vehemence. Professional philosophers noted that Lenin often misunderstood or caricatured the views he criticized in his polemical attacks. Mach was not a simple idealist, but was raising genuine problems about the foundations of scientific knowledge deserving serious engagement. The relationship between sensation and external reality involves difficult questions that copy theories do not adequately address philosophically. How can we verify that our sensations copy reality if we have no access to reality except through those very sensations being evaluated? Lenin's answer, that practice confirms the correspondence, pushes the problem back without fully resolving the epistemological difficulties involved. Western Marxists often found Lenin's materialism embarrassingly unsophisticated compared to the dialectical subtlety found in Marx and Hegel. They preferred to distance Marxist philosophy from Lenin's formulations while retaining his political and organizational contributions to the tradition. However, Lenin's philosophical work served purposes beyond winning abstract epistemological debates in academic philosophy journals. He was fighting for the unity of theory and practice that Marxism required as a revolutionary doctrine guiding political action. If knowledge is merely subjective organization of sensations, then Marxist analysis has no privileged claim to truth over bourgeois ideology. Revolutionary commitment would become arbitrary preference rather than response to objective understanding of historical necessity and possibility. Lenin needed epistemological realism to ground the authority of Marxist theory as a guide to revolutionary practice in the real world. The party's claim to leadership rested partly on possessing true knowledge that others lacked about society and historical development. Defending materialism was thus defending the theoretical basis for Vanguard party politics, not merely engaging in philosophical hobby activities. Philosophy and politics were inseparable in Lenin's project, each supporting and requiring the other continuously throughout his intellectual career. Lenin also engaged with recent developments in physics that seemed to challenge materialist philosophy fundamentally and directly. The discovery of radioactivity, electrons, and the strange behavior of matter at atomic scales disturbed older mechanical conceptions of physical reality. Some physicists and philosophers concluded that matter was disappearing, dissolving into energy, mathematics, or pure relations without substance. Lenin argued that this conclusion confused a specific scientific conception of matter with the philosophical category of matter itself, properly understood. Science revises its models of what matter is like, but this does not mean matter itself disappears or becomes mental or spiritual. Electrons are still matter in the philosophical sense, objective reality existing independently of human consciousness and perception of it. The philosophical category of matter simply means objective reality given to us through sensations, but not reducible to those sensations alone. This definition was flexible enough to accommodate any future scientific discoveries about the structure and behavior of physical reality. Part 5. The Philosophical Notebooks. Lenin confronts Hegel. During World War I, Lenin undertook intensive philosophical study that produced his philosophical notebooks, published only posthumously. These were not polished works intended for publication, but reading notes, comments, and reflections on texts he was studying intensively. The primary focus was Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, the German idealist philosopher whose dialectical method Marx had transformed and materialized. Lenin read Hegel's Science of Logic carefully, filling notebooks with extensive marginalia, summaries, and his own philosophical observations. Scholars debate how these notebooks relate to his earlier materialism and empirio-criticism, and whether they represent a philosophical breakthrough. Some argue that Lenin discovered a richer dialectical approach that superseded his earlier crude materialism fundamentally and completely. Others argue the notebooks show continuity with his earlier positions, deepening rather than abandoning his established philosophical framework. The truth likely lies between these extremes, showing development within a consistent materialist commitment maintained throughout his career. Hegel was the culminating figure of German classical philosophy and among the most difficult thinkers in Western intellectual history. His system attempted to comprehend all reality as the self-development of absolute spirit through a dialectical logical process unfolding historically. Dialectics meant that development occurs through contradiction. Every position generates its negation, and their conflict produces a higher synthesis. This process continues through ever more comprehensive stages until spirit achieves complete self-knowledge in philosophical science at the end. Marx famously claimed to have turned Hegel right side up, extracting the rational dialectical kernel from the mystical idealist shell surrounding it. Where Hegel saw spirit developing through history, Marx saw material productive forces and class struggles driving historical development forward. But Marx never fully elaborated his transformed dialectical method, leaving followers uncertain about how to apply dialectics materialistically. Lenin's notebooks represent his attempt to master Hegelian dialectics directly rather than relying only on Marx's incomplete transformation of it. Lenin's most famous comment in the notebooks declared that one cannot fully understand Marx's Capital without understanding Hegel's logic first. This suggested that Marxism required deeper philosophical foundations than the relatively simple materialism of materialism and empirio-criticism had provided. Lenin found in Hegel a sophisticated treatment of categories like essence and appearance, necessity and contingency, possibility and actuality. These categories were not abstract logical exercises, but tools for analyzing concrete reality in its movement and development through contradictions. Dialectical thinking meant grasping phenomena not as static fixed things, but as processes containing internal contradictions driving their transformation. Capitalism was not a permanent system, but a contradictory process generating the conditions for its own supersession by a higher form of society. Revolutionary politics required dialectical thinking to identify the contradictions that could be exploited and the possibilities for transformative action. Lenin was equipping himself theoretically for the revolutionary opportunities that the World War would soon create, unexpectedly and dramatically. The notebooks contain Lenin's famous aphorism that intelligent idealism is closer to intelligent materialism than stupid materialism is. This striking statement seemed to contradict his earlier sharp dichotomy between materialism and idealism as absolutely opposed philosophical camps. Lenin meant that Hegel's idealism, while ultimately wrong, captured the active, developmental, contradictory character of reality that crude materialism missed. Mechanical materialism saw the world as inert matter pushed around by external forces without internal dynamism or self-movement inherent in things. Hegel understood that reality develops through internal contradictions, though he mistakenly attributed this development to spirit rather than matter itself. Dialectical materialism would combine Hegel's insight about development through contradiction with the materialist recognition of objective reality existing independently. Matter itself is dialectical, containing contradictions that drive its development without requiring any spiritual principle to explain the movement. This synthesis represented the highest achievement of philosophy, surpassing both idealism and mechanical materialism in explanatory and practical power. Lenin emphasized the unity of opposites as the core of dialectics, more fundamental even than the negation of negation that Hegel highlighted. Reality consists of opposing tendencies, forces and aspects that are in tension, yet mutually dependent and interpenetrating simultaneously. Capitalism unites bourgeoisie and proletariat as opposites. Each exists only in relation to the other within the same social system together. Their opposition is not external, but internal to capitalism itself, constituting its essential contradictory structure that will eventually destroy it. Understanding this unity of opposites was essential for revolutionary strategy that would exploit contradictions rather than merely opposing capitalism externally. The revolutionary moment comes when internal contradictions intensify to the point where the system can no longer contain them within existing structures. Lenin was developing tools for recognizing such moments and acting decisively when they arrived, which they soon would with the war's devastation. The notebooks also show Lenin grappling with the relationship between logic, dialectics, and epistemology in ways that complicate simple interpretations. He suggested that logic, dialectics, and the theory of knowledge are not three separate disciplines, but one unified science of thought and reality. The forms of thought are not arbitrary human inventions, but reflect the actual forms of objective reality in its dialectical movement and structure. When we think dialectically, our thought mirrors the dialectical character of the material world that produced our thinking capacities through evolution. This unity of thought and being, properly understood materialistically, overcame the Kantian dualism between how we think and how reality actually is. We can know things in themselves because our categories of thought develop through material interaction with those things over evolutionary time. Knowledge is not passive reception, but active engagement with reality that practically tests and confirms the accuracy of our representations continuously. Practice becomes the criterion of truth, connecting epistemology with revolutionary action that transforms the world while knowing it simultaneously. Scholars continue debating whether the philosophical notebooks represent a major turning point or continuous development in Lenin's philosophical evolution. The discontinuity thesis holds that Lenin discovered in Hegel a dialectical sophistication absent from his earlier, more mechanical materialist formulations. This would mean materialism and empirio-criticism represents an immature position that Lenin himself later transcended through deeper philosophical study. The continuity thesis holds that the notebooks deepen, but do not abandon the positions Lenin had already established in his earlier published works. Lenin was always committed to both materialism and dialectics. He simply elaborated the dialectical component more fully in the later notebooks. The debate matters because it affects how we understand Marxist philosophy and the relationship between different strands within Leninist thought overall. Those emphasizing discontinuity often prefer the notebooks as the authentic Lenin against the cruder official Soviet dialectical materialism derived from earlier works. Those emphasizing continuity see a unified philosophical project that the notebooks completed rather than overturned or fundamentally transformed in direction. Part 6. Truth, Practice, and the Criterion of Knowledge. A central theme throughout Lenin's philosophical work concerns how we determine whether beliefs are actually true or merely seem true. This is the problem of the criterion of knowledge that epistemologists have debated since ancient Greek philosophy began investigating it. Lenin's answer was practice. Human practical activity tests our beliefs against reality and confirms or refutes them through results obtained. If we believe fire burns and act accordingly, our successful avoidance of burns confirms the belief as true knowledge about reality. If our beliefs are wrong, practice will eventually reveal this through failures, frustrated expectations, and unsuccessful actions that follow from errors. This pragmatic element in Lenin's epistemology distinguishes it from purely contemplative theories that see knowledge as passive observation and representation only. Knowledge is not separate from action, but intimately connected to it. We know the world by changing it through productive and social practice. Marx had made this point in his Theses on Feuerbach, and Lenin developed it as a central component of materialist epistemology against idealist alternatives. The practice criterion had significant implications for understanding the status of Marxist theory as a form of genuine scientific knowledge. Marxism was not just another philosophy speculating about society, but a scientific theory testable through revolutionary practice and historical outcomes. If Marxist predictions about capitalist development and revolutionary possibilities proved accurate, this would confirm Marxism's truth through practical verification. The success of socialist revolution would demonstrate that Marxist analysis had correctly understood the contradictions and dynamics of capitalist society scientifically. Conversely, persistent failures might indicate theoretical errors requiring revision or abandonment if practice consistently refuted key predictions made. This gave Marxism a self-correcting character in principle. Wrong theories would be exposed by practical failures and replaced by better alternatives eventually. Lenin believed the practice of the Russian revolutionary movement confirmed Marxist theory against competing socialist tendencies that had repeatedly failed. The Bolshevik Revolution's success would later be cited as ultimate practical confirmation that Lenin's theoretical and strategic innovations were correct. This epistemological position connected directly to Lenin's conception of the relationship between revolutionary theory and revolutionary practice. Theory was not academic speculation divorced from real-world struggles, but a guide to action that action would test and refine continuously. Revolutionaries needed theory to understand the situation they faced and formulate effective strategies for transforming that situation successfully. But they could not simply deduce correct action from theory alone. They had to engage with concrete circumstances that theory could not fully anticipate. Practice would reveal what theory had missed or gotten wrong, requiring theoretical revision to account for new information and experience. The relationship was dialectical. Theory guides practice, practice tests. Theory, results inform theoretical revision. Revised theory guides new practice. This spiral of theory and practice characterized genuine Marxist method as Lenin understood and tried to implement it throughout his political career. Neither pure theoreticism nor pure practicism could succeed alone. Only their unity in dialectical interaction produced revolutionary knowledge and effective action. Lenin's practice criterion faced philosophical objections that he never fully addressed in his writings on epistemology and knowledge. Practice is not a simple, unambiguous test, because interpreting practical results itself requires theoretical frameworks that might be wrong. A failed revolution might indicate incorrect theory, but it might also indicate unfavorable circumstances, poor execution, or bad luck unrelated to theory. A successful revolution might seem to confirm theory, but could have succeeded for reasons quite different from what the theory predicted. Correlation between theoretical predictions and practical outcomes does not necessarily demonstrate that the theory correctly explains the underlying mechanisms These problems afflict all attempts to use practice or experiment as criteria of truth, not just Lenin's version specifically. But Lenin's formulation was particularly underdeveloped philosophically compared to more sophisticated pragmatist and instrumentalist theories he was dismissing as idealist. The practice criterion also raised questions about the timescale over which practical confirmation or refutation should be assessed by theorists. Lenin assumed that relatively short-term practical results could test theoretical claims within the lifetime of revolutionary actors and movements. But historical processes unfold over decades and centuries, and premature conclusions from immediate results might prove deeply mistaken later. The apparent success of the Russian Revolution looked very different by 1991, when the Soviet system collapsed after 70 years. Did this collapse refute Leninist theory, or did it result from specific errors, external pressures, or deviations from Lenin's original vision and intentions? The answer depends on theoretical interpretations that practice alone cannot settle definitively, regardless of how much time passes observing results. Lenin's confidence that practice would vindicate Marxism assumed more straightforward relationship between theory and outcomes than actual history revealed. Revolutions are complex events with multiple causes, and attributing success or failure to specific theoretical positions remains perpetually contested among interpreters. Despite these philosophical limitations, Lenin's emphasis on practice had genuine insights worth preserving even by those who reject his conclusions. Purely abstract theorizing divorced from practical engagement tends toward sterile scholasticism that loses connection with the world it claims to understand. Intellectuals comfortable in libraries and seminar rooms can spin theories indefinitely without ever testing them against resistant realities outside academic settings. Lenin insisted that revolutionaries must engage practically with actual workers, actual social conditions, actual political struggles requiring concrete decisions and actions. This engagement would discipline theorizing, exposing comfortable illusions that survived only because they were never tested through serious practical application. The theorist who must act on their theories has strong incentives to get them right, that the pure intellectual lacks entirely in their work. Lenin's own theoretical development occurred through constant interaction with practical revolutionary work, not purely academic study pursued for its own sake. This connection between theory and practice, whatever its philosophical limitations, produced insights that armchair revolutionaries never achieve through speculation alone. Part 7. Imperialism, the political economy of global capitalism. In 1916, Lenin completed a short book that would become one of his most influential theoretical contributions to Marxism. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, analyzed the transformation of capitalism since Marx had written Capital 50 years earlier. Marx had analyzed competitive capitalism, where many relatively small firms competed in markets governed by supply and demand forces. By the early 20th century, capitalism had evolved into something different, dominated by huge monopolies, banks, and colonial empires spanning the globe. Lenin drew on work by other Marxist economists, particularly Rudolf Hilferding's Finance Capital and John Hobson's study of imperialism and underconsumption. He synthesized these sources into a systematic theory explaining why advanced capitalist countries were driven to colonize the world and fight devastating wars. The theory would shape anti-colonial movements and Third World Marxism for the rest of the 20th century and beyond worldwide. It also explained why revolution might occur in less developed countries rather than the advanced industrial nations Marx had originally anticipated. Lenin identified 5 essential features that characterized capitalism in its imperialist stage of historical development definitively. First, the concentration of production and capital created monopolies that dominated economic life in all advanced industrial countries completely. Competition did not remain permanent but tended toward monopoly as successful firms absorbed or destroyed competitors continuously over time. This contradicted vulgar economics that assumed competition would persist indefinitely as the natural state of capitalist market organization forever. Second, bank capital merged with industrial capital to create finance capital controlled by a financial oligarchy holding decisive economic power. Banks did not merely facilitate industrial production, but increasingly controlled it through loans, investments, and board memberships in industrial corporations. Third, the export of capital became more important than the export of commodities that had characterized earlier stages of capitalist development. Advanced countries did not just sell goods abroad, but invested capital in less developed regions to exploit cheaper labor and raw materials directly. Fourth, international monopolist associations divided the world economically into spheres of influence controlled by different capitalist groups cooperating together. Cartels, trusts, and multinational corporations coordinated globally to reduce competition and maintain high prices and profits across borders jointly. Fifth, the territorial division of the world among great capitalist powers was completed by the early 20th century entirely. No more unclaimed territories remained available for colonization, so further expansion required taking colonies from other imperial powers through conflict. This explained why World War I erupted despite extensive economic interdependence that liberals thought would make war irrational and therefore impossible. The war was a struggle for the redivision of the world among imperialist powers whose further expansion required seizing each other's possessions violently. Capitalism had created a world system where the internal dynamics of accumulation drove major powers toward military confrontation inevitably and repeatedly. Peace was impossible within this system. Only the overthrow of capitalism could end the cycle of imperialist wars, devastating humanity continuously. Lenin argued that imperialism represented capitalism's highest and final stage before its revolutionary overthrow by the working class. It was not a policy choice that enlightened capitalists could abandon, but a structural necessity built into the system's functioning at this stage. Capital accumulation requires ever-expanding markets and investment opportunities to absorb the surplus value extracted from workers through exploitation. When domestic markets become saturated and profit rates decline, capital must flow abroad, seeking higher returns in less developed regions desperately. Colonial conquest secured these investment opportunities, protected them from competition, and guaranteed cheap raw materials for metropolitan industries at home. Imperial states served their capitalist interests by conquering, administering, and militarily protecting colonial possessions and investment zones abroad constantly. The state was not neutral, but an instrument of the capitalist class in its struggles against workers domestically and rivals internationally simultaneously. Understanding imperialism thus required seeing the connections between economics, politics, and military force as aspects of one integrated capitalist system globally. Lenin's theory of imperialism had crucial implications for revolutionary strategy that departed significantly from earlier Marxist expectations about revolution. Marx had assumed revolution would occur first in the most advanced capitalist countries where the working class was largest and most developed organizationally. But imperialism allowed advanced countries to share some colonial superprofits with their domestic working classes, reducing revolutionary pressures at home significantly. This explained why Western European workers supported their own governments in the imperialist war rather than uniting internationally against capitalism as Marxists expected. The socialist parties of the Second International had betrayed internationalism by backing their respective national bourgeoisies in the war catastrophically. Lenin concluded that the labor aristocracy, a privileged upper stratum of workers benefiting from imperialism, had been corrupted and co-opted by the system. They became defenders of imperialism rather than revolutionary opponents, because their material interests now aligned with colonial exploitation and imperial success. This analysis pointed toward revolution in colonial and semi-colonial countries as the weak links in the global imperialist chain connecting everything together. Advanced capitalist countries were stabilized by imperial superprofits and labor aristocracy, conservatism that dampened revolutionary potential domestically significantly. But colonies and semi-colonies suffered the worst exploitation without receiving compensating benefits that pacified metropolitan working classes at the imperial centers. Anti-colonial movements could strike blows against imperialism that would weaken the entire global system and potentially trigger revolutionary crises everywhere. The chain of imperialism would break at its weakest links, not necessarily its strongest points. When revolutionary pressure was applied strategically, Russia was such a weak link. Formally independent but economically dominated by foreign capital and desperately weakened by the strains of imperial war. Revolution in Russia could begin a process that would eventually spread to advanced countries once imperialism's global foundations were shaken sufficiently. This reorientation of revolutionary expectations toward the periphery would prove enormously influential for 20th century radical movements worldwide, especially. Part 8. Uneven Development and the Weakest Link. Theory. Classical Marxism assumed that capitalist development would proceed similarly across different countries, following roughly parallel paths toward industrialization. More developed countries showed less developed ones. The image of their own future as capitalism spread globally through trade and investment. Eventually, all countries would reach similar levels of development, creating an international working class with shared conditions and revolutionary potential everywhere. This expectation implied that revolutions would occur in the most developed countries first, where capitalist contradictions had matured most fully and completely. Lenin challenged this assumption with his theory of uneven development, which became central to his revolutionary strategy and its justifications. Capitalist development does not proceed evenly, but creates and reinforces inequalities between countries occupying different positions in the global system. Advanced countries use their power to keep less developed countries subordinate, extracting wealth that accelerates their own development while retarding others systematically. The global economy is thus a hierarchical system, where positions are not temporary stages but structurally maintained relationships of domination and exploitation, perpetually. Uneven development meant that revolutionary possibilities also varied unevenly across different countries at any given historical moment systematically. A country might have advanced industry in some sectors while remaining backward in others, creating explosive combinations of contradictions unique to its situation. Russia exemplified this pattern, with modern factories existing alongside medieval agriculture and autocratic political institutions from earlier centuries coexisting simultaneously. The working class was small, but concentrated in large factories and major cities where it could exercise power disproportionate to its numerical size. The peasantry was vast, land-hungry, and resentful of both landlords and the Tsarist state that protected aristocratic privilege against their interests. The bourgeoisie was weak, dependent on foreign capital and state support, incapable of leading the democratic revolution against autocracy that its counterparts elsewhere had accomplished. These conditions created possibilities for revolutionary breakthrough that did not exist in more homogeneously developed Western European countries with stronger bourgeoisies. The weakest link theory drew strategic conclusions from this analysis of uneven development across the global imperialist system as a whole. A chain breaks at its weakest link when subjected to sufficient stress, not at its strongest points that can bear the pressure applied. The imperialist system was a chain linking advanced and colonial countries in a global structure of exploitation and domination spanning continents. Revolutionary pressure would cause breaks where the system was weakest. Countries with intense contradictions, weak ruling classes, and revolutionary movements prepared for action. Russia fit this description precisely by 1917, after years of war had exhausted the economy, army, and patience of the population thoroughly. A revolution in Russia would not remain isolated but would encourage revolutions elsewhere by demonstrating that capitalism could actually be overthrown successfully. Lenin expected Russian revolution to trigger European revolutions, especially in Germany, where the working class was massive and the war's strains were also severe. The chain reaction would spread revolution from the weak links to the strong links, eventually bringing down the entire global imperialist system through connected upheavals. This theory solved a theoretical problem that had troubled Russian Marxists since the movement began organizing seriously decades earlier. How could a socialist revolution occur in backward Russia when Marx clearly indicated that socialism presupposed advanced capitalist development of productive forces first? Orthodox Marxists, like the Mensheviks, concluded that Russia must pass through a prolonged capitalist phase before socialism became historically possible there eventually. The immediate task was a bourgeois democratic revolution against Tsarism, led by the bourgeoisie with working-class support, establishing capitalism and democracy legally. Only after capitalism fully developed Russian industry and created a mature working-class majority could socialist revolution be appropriately placed on the historical agenda. This perspective implied decades of capitalist development, during which socialists would build their forces while supporting progressive bourgeois reforms patiently. Lenin found this perspective excessively passive and tied to a mechanical reading of Marx's historical stages as fixed sequences every country must follow exactly. The weak link theory justified a more aggressive revolutionary strategy that could exploit immediate opportunities rather than waiting for textbook conditions to mature. Lenin argued that the international character of the imperialist system made it possible to skip or telescope historical stages that would be necessary otherwise. Russian revolution could establish working-class power even in a backward country if it triggered revolutions in advanced countries that could provide assistance. European revolutions would bring resources, technology, and proletarian reinforcement to help backward Russia transition towards socialism successfully despite its limitations. Revolution was an international process, not a national one. What mattered was the global correlation of forces, not any single country's development level considered alone. The Russian working class might be small, but it could strike a blow that would unbalance the entire global system and change possibilities everywhere fundamentally. This justified immediate revolutionary action rather than patient waiting for Russia to catch up with Western European development levels first, before attempting transformation. Lenin was providing theoretical justification for the revolutionary boldness that his temperament already inclined him toward instinctively and practically from experience. The theory contained assumptions that proved incorrect, with significant consequences for the revolution's subsequent development and ultimate fate. European revolutions did not succeed. The German Revolution of 1918 was defeated, and capitalism stabilized in the West during the 1920s considerably. The Russian Revolution remained isolated in a backward country without the international support Lenin had expected and considered essential to success. Building socialism under these conditions meant either abandoning the project or attempting it under circumstances Lenin himself had considered impossible theoretically earlier. Stalin's doctrine of socialism in one country accepted isolation as a permanent condition and adjusted Soviet strategy accordingly, with all the consequences that followed. Trotsky insisted that isolation doomed the revolution to degeneration and that only international revolution could save the Soviet experiment from bureaucratic corruption inevitably. The debate continues among Marxists about whether Lenin's strategic gamble was justified, given the actual international conditions that prevailed during that historical period. The weak link broke, but the chain did not fall. It stabilized and eventually strangled the isolated revolutionary breakthrough achieved in backward Russia alone. Part 9. Finance, Capital, Monopoly, and the Labour Aristocracy. Lenin's imperialism theory rested on economic analysis of how capitalism had transformed since Marx's time and analysis of its mid-19th century structure. The key transformation was the emergence of finance capital, a concept Lenin borrowed from Rudolf Hilferding and developed further for his purposes. Finance capital meant the merger of banking and industrial capital under the dominance of large financial institutions controlling investment flows throughout economies. Banks had evolved from simple intermediaries facilitating transactions to commanding heights of economic power, directing the entire productive apparatus strategically. Industrial firms depended on bank financing for large investments and came increasingly under bank influence through loans, stock ownership, and interlocking directorates connecting institutions. A financial oligarchy emerged that controlled both money and production, constituting a new form of capitalist class power, more concentrated than ever before, historically. This oligarchy operated across national boundaries, coordinating international cartels and directing capital flows to wherever profits were highest globally at any moment. The state served this oligarchy's interests, using diplomatic and military power to open markets and protect investments abroad against local resistance worldwide. Monopoly replaced competition as the dominant form of market organization in key sectors of advanced capitalist economies under these new conditions. A few giant corporations controlled steel, oil, chemicals, banking and other strategic industries in each major capitalist country through various concentration mechanisms. These monopolies did not compete through price wars that benefited consumers, but coordinated to maintain prices and divide markets among themselves cooperatively. Cartels, trusts, and holding companies provided organizational forms for this coordination, both within and across national borders, increasingly effectively. Monopoly profits exceeded what competitive firms could earn, providing resources for political influence, technological research, and imperial expansion simultaneously. Small businesses and independent producers were squeezed out or reduced to subordinate positions, dependent on monopoly capital for supplies, credit, and market access. The economy was no longer the decentralized market of liberal theory, but a coordinated system dominated by a few great concentrations of capital and their controllers exclusively. This monopoly structure had crucial implications for the dynamics of capitalist accumulation and its geographic expansion across the world constantly. Competitive capitalism had driven technological progress and price reductions through competitive pressure, forcing efficiency improvements on individual firms continuously. Monopoly capitalism reduced this pressure since dominant firms could maintain prices without fear of being undercut by competitors who no longer existed effectively. This created tendencies towards stagnation and parasitism as monopolists lived off their market power rather than innovating productively to maintain competitive positions. Surplus capital accumulated without productive domestic outlets that would justify investment at acceptable profit rates for the financial oligarchy controlling allocation. Capital export provided the solution. Investment in colonial and semi-colonial regions, where labour was cheap, resources abundant, and competition from local capital minimal. Imperialism was thus economically necessary for monopoly capitalism, not merely a policy option that could be rejected by more enlightened or humane capitalists sincerely. The system required expansion to absorb surplus capital and maintain profit rates that domestic markets alone could no longer provide adequately to satisfy investors. Lenin introduced the concept of the labour aristocracy to explain why working classes in advanced imperialist countries had failed to oppose the war and their ruling classes. Colonial super-profits provided resources that capitalists could share with the privileged upper stratum of workers to buy their loyalty and political moderation systematically. Skilled workers, union officials, and workers in monopoly sectors received wages and conditions significantly better than the mass of the proletariat experienced generally. These privileged workers developed material interests in preserving the imperialist system that provided their advantages over less fortunate workers domestically and internationally. They supported reformist socialist parties that pursued gradual improvements within capitalism rather than revolutionary transformation that might threaten their privileged positions achieved. The socialist parties that backed the war represented this labour aristocracy's interests, not the international proletariat that genuine Marxism claimed to speak for legitimately. Revolutionary socialist parties had to base themselves on the lower, more exploited strata of the working class, whose interests remained objectively opposed to capitalism entirely. The labour aristocracy would resist revolution, because revolution threatened the material privileges that imperialism and monopoly capitalism provided to them specifically. This analysis proved highly influential, but also generated significant criticism from various directions on theoretical and empirical grounds. Critics questioned whether colonial profits were actually large enough to fund significant bribery of metropolitan working classes, as Lenin's theory required assuming the arithmetic seemed questionable. Colonial investment returns, while high in percentage terms, were small relative to total metropolitan economies supporting millions of workers. Even if entirely redistributed to workers, colonial super-profits might not suffice to create the labour aristocracy phenomenon Lenin claimed explained Western working-class conservatism. Alternative explanations pointed to nationalism, racism, reformist ideology, and state welfare programs as sources of working-class moderation, not requiring super-profit transfers directly. The labour aristocracy concept also risked dismissing any workers who failed to support revolution as bribe traitors rather than people with genuine, if mistaken, reasons. This moralistic framing did not help understand or overcome the actual obstacles to revolutionary consciousness that existed in advanced capitalist societies really and persistently. Nevertheless, Lenin's imperialism theory provided a framework that anti-colonial movements found enormously useful for understanding their situations and struggles historically. It explained why wealthy countries were wealthy and poor countries were poor through structural relationships of exploitation rather than cultural or racial inferiority. Narratives colonizers preferred. Colonial poverty was not accidental or natural, but produced by the same system that produced metropolitan wealth at its expense systematically. Liberation required breaking the imperialist chain, not merely reforming it or seeking better treatment within its structures from more benevolent colonial administrators. Revolutionary movements in Asia, Africa, and Latin America drew on Lenin's theory to understand their conditions and frame their struggles throughout the 20th century extensively. The theory connected local struggles to global capitalism, showing how national liberation movements contributed to international revolution against the common enemy, exploiting everyone. Whatever its theoretical limitations, Lenin's imperialism analysis articulated perspectives that millions of colonized people found accurate to their experience and politically empowering for struggle. Part 10. The State as Instrument of Class Rule. Lenin developed his theory of the state most systematically in The State and Revolution, written during 1917, while revolution was actually unfolding. He composed it in hiding after the July days, when the provisional government suppressed Bolshevik demonstrations and issued arrest warrants for party leaders. The timing was not coincidental. Lenin was theorizing the state precisely when seizing state power became a practical, immediate possibility for the first time. He drew heavily on Marx and Engels, arguing that their views had been distorted by reformist socialists who had abandoned revolutionary conclusions for parliamentary accommodation. The state and revolution attempted to recover authentic Marxism against these distortions and prepare the Bolsheviks theoretically for the tasks they would face upon taking power. It remains Lenin's most widely read theoretical work and the most discussed statement of the Marxist theory of the state in revolutionary practice. Its arguments about the state's class character, the need to smash bourgeois state machinery, and the eventual withering away of state functions defined subsequent debates. Lenin began from the fundamental proposition that the state is an instrument of class rule, not a neutral arbiter among competing social interests as liberal theory claimed. The state arose historically when society divided into antagonistic classes with irreconcilable conflicts that voluntary agreement could not resolve peacefully permanently. It consists essentially of special bodies of armed men, prisons, and coercive institutions that maintain the dominance of one class over others through organized force. In slave societies, the state enforced slave owners' power. In feudal societies, it enforced lords' power over serfs and peasants bound to the land. In capitalist societies, the state enforces bourgeois property rights and maintains conditions allowing capitalists to exploit workers profitably without interference from below. The state claims to represent the general interest and stand above class conflicts. But this claim is ideological mystification, concealing its true class character consistently. Even democratic republics serve the bourgeoisie by managing class conflict within bounds that preserve capitalist property relations and accumulation processes fundamentally. Elections, parliaments, and civil liberties are permitted so long as they do not threaten bourgeois class power over the productive apparatus and major social decisions. Lenin emphasized that the bourgeois state cannot be gradually reformed into an instrument of working-class rule through electoral victories and legislative changes alone. Reformist socialists believed that winning parliamentary majorities would allow them to legislate socialism into existence peacefully through normal constitutional means exclusively. Lenin argued this fundamentally misunderstood the nature of state power, which rested not on laws but on armed force standing behind those laws ultimately, always. If socialists passed laws threatening bourgeois property, the capitalist class would use extra-parliamentary means, including military coups, to preserve its power, regardless of votes. The state apparatus itself, especially the military and police, was designed to serve bourgeois interests and staffed by personnel loyal to the existing order institutionally. Socialist ministers entering bourgeois governments would find themselves captured by this apparatus rather than transforming it through their individual good intentions genuinely. The bourgeois state had to be smashed and replaced by a new state of entirely different character serving working-class interests through revolutionary transformation, fundamentally. The Paris Commune of 1871 provided Lenin's model for what the workers' state should look like in its essential organizational features initially. Marx had analyzed the Commune as the finally discovered political form for working-class rule that future revolutions should emulate and develop further. The Commune replaced the standing army with armed workers organized in a popular militia defending the revolution through their own collective efforts directly. It replaced professional bureaucracy with elected officials subject to immediate recall and paid workers' wages rather than privileged salaries, elevating them above the masses. Legislative and executive functions were combined in a single body that both made laws and implemented them rather than separating these powers for checks and balances. Universal suffrage meant real participation in governance, not merely choosing which bourgeois politicians would rule over passive citizens between distant elections periodically. These measures represented dictatorship of the proletariat not as despotic rule by a minority, but as democratic rule by the majority against their former exploiters, specifically. Lenin's formulation of the dictatorship of the proletariat must be understood against the background of what dictatorship meant in 19th-century political vocabulary. The term derived from ancient Roman institutions where emergency dictators received temporary extraordinary powers to address crises threatening the republic's survival immediately. It did not mean permanent one-man tyranny, but exceptional authority exercised during transitional periods when normal rules were suspended out of necessity temporarily. Marx used the term to indicate that the working class, having taken power, would need to suppress bourgeois resistance to revolutionary transformations systematically and thoroughly. This did not mean eliminating democracy, but extending it. The majority would dictate to the minority for the first time in history, genuinely and completely. Previously, all states had been dictatorships of minorities, propertied classes ruling over propertyless majorities through various political forms, concealing this fundamental reality ideologically. The proletarian dictatorship would be a dictatorship of the majority against the minority. An entirely different social content despite terminological similarity with earlier class dictatorships. Lenin argued that this dictatorship would also be more genuinely democratic than any bourgeois democracy had ever been in actual practice historically. Bourgeois democracy excluded effective participation by the masses who lacked time, education, and resources to engage meaningfully in political life regularly. Real decisions were made by capitalists, politicians, and bureaucrats, while workers had only the right to choose among pre-selected candidates periodically at elections. The workers' state would draw the masses into direct administration of social affairs, overcoming the separation between rulers and ruled characteristic of all previous states. As more people participated in governance, the special apparatus of coercion would become increasingly unnecessary for maintaining social order and coordination normally. Lenin quoted Engels on the state withering away as class antagonisms dissolved and administrative functions replaced political domination progressively over historical time. The dictatorship of the proletariat was thus a transitional form, necessary temporarily but destined to disappear as classless communist society emerged from it finally. Part 11. The Dictatorship of the Proletariat. The dictatorship of the proletariat became the most controversial concept in Lenin's political theory, and the one most obviously in tension with democratic values. Lenin never presented it as permanent autocracy, but as transitional revolutionary authority necessary to reorganize society and overcome capitalist resistance to transformation. The overthrown bourgeoisie would not simply accept their loss of property and power, but would fight by every means to restore their former dominant position constantly. They would use their remaining wealth, international connections, technical expertise, and cultural influence to undermine, sabotage, and overthrow the workers' state at any opportunity. Counter-revolutionary armies backed by foreign intervention, economic sabotage by hostile capitalist and ideological warfare through bourgeois media would all threaten the revolution continuously. The workers' state needed coercive power to suppress these threats and prevent the restoration of capitalism that would return workers to exploitation and oppression again. Revolutionary authority without apologetic illusions about its coercive nature was necessary during this transitional period, regardless of how regrettable such necessity might be. Lenin distinguished between two phases of post-capitalist society following Marx's analysis in the Critique of the Gotha program written decades earlier. The lower phase, often called socialism, still bears birthmarks of the old capitalist society from whose womb it has emerged through revolutionary transformation. Scarcity persists because productive forces have not yet developed sufficiently to provide abundance for all, without regard to contribution or labour performed. Distribution follows the principle to each according to their work, which is equal in treating all workers the same, but unequal in outcomes, since workers differ. The worker who is stronger or has more dependents receives the same per hour as weaker workers or those without family obligations to support from their earnings. This bourgeois right, as Marx called it, persists even under workers' power, because material conditions do not yet permit distribution according to need, regardless of contribution. The state remains necessary to enforce this equal standard that produces unequal results, and to organize production that is not yet sufficiently abundant for communism. The higher phase, communism proper, arrives only when productive forces have developed to the point where scarcity is overcome and abundance becomes genuinely possible. Then distribution can follow the principle from each according to ability, to each according to need, regardless of how much each person contributes productively. The state becomes unnecessary because the material basis for conflict over scarce resources has been eliminated through productive development achieving real abundance for all. Administration of things replaces government of persons as coordination becomes purely technical rather than involving domination of some people by others coercively. This was not utopian fantasy, but scientifically anticipated future based on the trajectory of productive development that capitalism itself had demonstrated was possible already. Capitalism had created the productive capacity for abundance, but distributed it in grossly unequal ways that maintained artificial scarcity for the majority while enriching a few enormously. Communism would liberate this productive capacity from capitalist fetters and use it to satisfy human needs universally without class distinctions or material want for anyone. Lenin expected the transitional dictatorship of the proletariat to be relatively brief before the state began withering away as class antagonisms diminished over time. The Russian Revolution would trigger European revolutions that would bring resources and solidarity, making the transition easier and faster for backward Russia specifically. International working-class power would overwhelm remaining bourgeois resistance and accelerate the development of productive forces toward abundance globally and quickly. Within a generation or so, the repressive apparatus would become unnecessary as former exploiters were absorbed into productive society, and new generations grew up without class distinctions. This optimistic timeline assumed conditions that did not materialize, leaving the Soviet state facing isolation, poverty, and continued threat that seemed to justify continued dictatorship indefinitely. The transitional phase became indefinitely prolonged rather than rapidly transcended, and the dictatorship intensified rather than withering, as Lenin's theory predicted should occur normally. Critics argue that Lenin's theory provided justifications for dictatorship without adequate institutional safeguards to ensure the promised withering actually occurred as predicted. The theory explained why dictatorship was initially necessary, but not how to guarantee it would ever end, once those holding power found reasons to perpetuate their authority continuously. Lenin redefined dictatorship in 1906 in ways that departed from earlier Marxist usage, with significant implications for subsequent practice and justifications. He wrote that dictatorship means authority unrestricted by any laws, absolutely unrestrained by any rules, and based directly on force without other foundations supporting it. This formulation made dictatorship a matter of form, government unconstrained by law, not just content, which class held power over which other classes fundamentally. It potentially justified any actions the revolutionary government deemed necessary without legal constraints that might impede effectiveness against enemies threatening survival constantly. The rule of law, even revolutionary law, could be suspended whenever the leadership determined circumstances required extraordinary measures be taken immediately without restriction. This formulation remained dormant until after 1917, when it provided rationale for actions that went beyond suppressing organized bourgeois counter-revolution, specifically the elimination of all opposition parties, including socialist parties, and the suppression of dissent within the Bolshevik Party itself, could be justified under this elastic framework. Defenders of Lenin argue that desperate circumstances, civil war, foreign intervention, and economic collapse required extraordinary measures not reflective of his actual intentions fundamentally. Lenin himself criticized bureaucratic tendencies and fought against Stalin's concentration of power before his death, showing he recognized dangers in the system developing problematically. Had circumstances been different, or had Lenin lived longer, the dictatorship might have evolved toward the withering away he predicted, and genuinely worked toward achieving. Critics respond that the theory itself contained no mechanisms to prevent abuse, regardless of circumstances or leaders' personal qualities and good or bad intentions individually. Unlimited power based directly on force without legal constraints tends toward abuse, because it removes all institutional checks on those exercising such extraordinary authority continuously. The outcome under Stalin was not accident or deviation, but logical development of a framework that concentrated power without accountability to any independent body or enforceable standards. This debate about Lenin's responsibility for Stalinist dictatorship remains contested and constitutes one of the central questions in evaluating his historical legacy and theoretical contributions. Part 12. The Withering Away from State to Administration. Despite the emphasis on dictatorship, Lenin also theorized its eventual transcendence as classless society replaced class-divided society through socialist construction. The state withers away gradually as the conditions requiring its existence, namely class antagonisms and scarcity, are progressively eliminated through development achieved under workers' rule. This was not wishful thinking, but scientific prediction based on understanding what the state actually was and why it had historically been necessary for social organization. If the state is an instrument of class suppression, then the end of class divisions eliminates the need for this instrument to continue existing in any form whatsoever. If scarcity is overcome through productive development, then conflicts over distribution that require state adjudication and enforcement disappear along with the material basis for conflict itself. Administration of things would remain necessary to coordinate complex modern production, but this administration would not require domination of persons by other persons coercively. Technical coordination could be democratic and participatory rather than hierarchical and coercive, once the material interest driving domination had been eliminated through abundance achieved. Lenin described the functions remaining after class oppression ended as reduced to simple administrative tasks that ordinary workers could perform without special training. Accounting and control, the registration and checking of production and distribution, had been simplified by capitalism itself through standardization and bureaucratic systematization already developed. Any literate worker could perform these functions given proper instruction. No specialized elite of administrators was technically necessary for essential coordination tasks. Lenin proposed that all citizens should take turns performing administrative duties, learning to govern through direct participation rather than delegating permanently to professional bureaucrats ruling over them. Rotation through offices would prevent the emergence of a permanent administrative caste with interests separate from and potentially opposed to ordinary workers' interests developing institutionally. The state would dissolve into society as the specialized functions justifying its separate existence were absorbed into the general activity of the associated producers cooperating freely. This vision showed Lenin's genuinely democratic and even libertarian aspirations beneath the harsh language of dictatorship required during revolutionary transition periods only temporarily. The state and revolution presented an almost anarchist vision of post-revolutionary society that surprised readers familiar with Lenin's emphasis on discipline and centralization elsewhere. He quoted approvingly Engels's statement that the government of persons would give way to the administration of things and the conduct of productive processes naturally. He attacked the opportunists who had forgotten this essential teaching of socialism and had made peace with the permanent bourgeois state apparatus through reformist accommodation comfortably. Revolutionary Marxism meant not just seizing state power, but fundamentally transforming the nature of public authority from domination toward coordination as rapidly as conditions permitted. Actually, the goal was not a more efficient or benevolent state ruling over passive subjects, but the reabsorption of state functions into society itself through universal participation actively engaged. This was closer to anarchist goals than to the bureaucratic centralization that actually emerged in Soviet practice under pressures Lenin did not fully anticipate when writing theoretically in hiding. The gap between the state and revolution's vision and Soviet reality became a central problem for interpreting Lenin's legacy and assessing his theoretical contributions critically. Why did the withering away not occur, and instead bureaucratic dictatorship intensify continuously after the revolution succeeded in actually taking state power? Multiple explanations have been offered, each capturing part of the truth while remaining incomplete as full accounts of what happened and why it happened that way. Material circumstances made withering impossible. Russia was backward, devastated by war, isolated internationally, and besieged by enemies requiring continued military and coercive state apparatus necessarily. Building socialism under these conditions required extracting surplus from the population for investment, which required coercion when voluntary contributions proved inadequate to meet pressing needs. The state apparatus required for extraction developed its own interests in perpetuating its power and privileges, regardless of original revolutionary intentions motivating its establishment initially. Bureaucracy became a social stratum with material stakes in the existing system, resisting changes that would threaten its position even when those changes aligned with socialist goals announced officially. A deeper problem may lie in Lenin's theory itself, which provided few resources for preventing bureaucratic degeneration once conditions turned unfavourable for the revolution's original aspirations. The withering away depended on material conditions, abundance and international revolution that revolutionary will could not create simply by wanting them badly enough politically. If those conditions did not arrive, the theory offered no guidance for preventing the dictatorship from becoming permanent rather than transitional, as originally justified and intended sincerely. The emphasis on centralized party leadership concentrated power in ways that facilitated bureaucratic consolidation, regardless of leaders' intentions, to avoid such outcomes honestly and genuinely. Democratic safeguards were subordinated to revolutionary effectiveness, and when the revolution faced difficulties, the safeguards never recovered to check accumulated power concentrations adequately. Lenin's theory assumed a virtuous cycle where revolutionary success would create conditions for democracy, which would further revolutionary success indefinitely through positive reinforcement continuously. When the cycle turned vicious instead, with difficulties justifying restrictions that created more difficulties, the theory offered no exit from the downward spiral of bureaucratic degeneration observed. The state and revolution remains a powerful statement of socialist aspirations, but also an illustration of how circumstances can overwhelm even the most sincere theoretical commitments to liberation. Part 13. The Art of Insurrection, Timing and Conditions. Lenin treated revolution not as spontaneous explosion, but as art requiring careful preparation, precise timing, and decisive execution when conditions became favourable for action. He quoted Marx's statement that insurrection is an art with definite rules whose neglect leads to ruin for the party that attempts it incorrectly or prematurely. This distinguished Lenin's approach from both passive waiting for revolution to happen automatically and adventurous attempts to force revolution regardless of objective conditions prevailing. Revolutionary leadership meant recognizing when conditions had ripened and acting decisively at that moment rather than before or after the optimal window of opportunity closed. Too early meant defeat because insufficient forces had accumulated and popular support remained inadequate to sustain the revolutionary effort against inevitable counterattack by the ruling classes. Too late meant missing the moment when enemy disorganization and popular mobilization created temporarily favorable correlation of forces that would not persist indefinitely waiting for revolutionaries. The Revolutionary Party had to develop capacity for analyzing situations accurately and acting boldly when analysis indicated the time for decisive action had actually arrived finally. Lenin identified objective and subjective conditions that must converge for revolutionary situations to develop into successful revolutionary transformations of society actually. Objective conditions meant crises in the ruling system, economic breakdown, military defeat, splits among ruling elites, and loss of legitimacy among previously supportive social groups noticeably. The rulers must be unable to continue ruling in the old way, because circumstances have disrupted the normal functioning of their domination over society fundamentally and visibly. The ruled must be unwilling to continue living in the old way because their conditions have become intolerable, and they are prepared to take risks for change they previously avoided. These conditions create what Lenin called a revolutionary situation, where the potential for fundamental change exists objectively in the configuration of social forces present at that historical moment. But revolutionary situations do not automatically produce revolutions. They can be resolved through reforms, repression, or simply exhaustion without fundamental transformation occurring actually. Subjective conditions, specifically the presence of a revolutionary party capable of leading the masses to victory, must also be present for revolutionary situations to produce actual revolutions successfully. World War I created revolutionary situations across Europe by devastating economies, killing millions, discrediting ruling elites and radicalizing populations who had suffered enormously for years. The Russian autocracy collapsed in February 1917, replaced by a provisional government, unable to address the crises of war, land hunger and economic breakdown effectively. Soviets, councils of workers and soldiers, emerged as alternative power centers with democratic legitimacy. The provisional government increasingly lacked through popular support and real authority locally. Dual power existed with the official government and Soviets both claiming authority, an unstable situation that could not persist indefinitely and had to be resolved through one side prevailing completely. Lenin returned from exile in April and immediately began arguing that conditions were ripening for the Soviets to take full power through a second revolution against the bourgeois provisional government. Many Bolsheviks considered this premature and unrealistic, given the party's still limited forces and the provisional government's apparent support from moderate socialists and liberals initially. Lenin spent months building support within the party and among workers and soldiers for the perspective that Soviet power was both necessary and achievable under current, rapidly developing conditions. By October 1917, Lenin judged that conditions had fully ripened and delay risked losing the revolutionary opportunity through enemy recovery or popular exhaustion setting in eventually. The provisional government had thoroughly discredited itself through failed military offensives, economic deterioration, and inability to deliver peace, land, or bread to the desperate population demanding all three. The Bolsheviks had won majorities in Soviets of major cities, including Petrograd and Moscow, through persistent agitation and accurate identification with popular demands for immediate change consistently. The army was disintegrating through desertions and revolutionary sentiment among soldiers unwilling to continue fighting for a government offering them nothing but more suffering and death pointlessly. Lenin pressed the party Central Committee to authorize insurrection, arguing that waiting further would be fatal as the government might consolidate or the Constituent Assembly might divert revolutionary energy legitimately. Not everyone agreed. Zinoviev and Kamenev opposed immediate insurrection and even leaked the party's plans publicly in an attempt to prevent what they considered premature and dangerous action, potentially disastrous. Lenin prevailed, and the insurrection of October 25th, old calendar, succeeded rapidly with minimal resistance because the provisional government had virtually no forces willing to defend it actively. The insurrection's success seemed to vindicate Lenin's analysis of conditions and timing, but debate continues about whether it represented genuine popular revolution or minority coup seizing power. The Bolsheviks claimed to act in the name of Soviets exercising democratic mandate from workers and soldiers who had elected Soviet majorities supporting transfer of power to Soviet authority legitimately. Critics argued that the Bolsheviks acted through a conspiratorial military revolutionary committee, not the Soviets themselves, and presented the Soviets with fait accompli rather than genuine democratic decision. The subsequent dissolution of the Constituent Assembly, where the Bolsheviks received only about 25% of votes, showed their willingness to override democratic processes when results proved inconvenient. Lenin justified this by arguing that Soviets were a higher form of democracy than parliamentary assemblies, and that the Constituent Assembly reflected outdated political alignments from before October's revolutionary developments. This reasoning satisfied supporters but confirmed opponents' fears that the Bolsheviks would rule dictatorially regardless of actual popular support expressed through available democratic mechanisms and procedures. Lenin's approach to insurrection combined careful strategic analysis with willingness to act boldly when analysis indicated favorable conditions had emerged and would not last indefinitely. He criticized revolutionaries who waited for perfect conditions that would never arrive, missing opportunities through excessive caution disguised as scientific analysis of objective factors alone considered. He equally criticized adventurists who acted without regard for conditions, substituting revolutionary will for the actual correlation of forces that determined whether actions could succeed or would fail, certainly. The art lay in correctly judging when conditions sufficed, which required both analytical capacity to assess situations accurately and political courage to act decisively when assessment indicated the time had arrived. This combination of analysis and action, theory and practice, strategic patience and tactical boldness characterized Lenin's revolutionary leadership at its most effective historical moments, observed actually. It also created precedents for revolutionary movements that sometimes applied Lenin's approach successfully and sometimes failed catastrophically by misjudging conditions in their very different circumstances later. The art of insurrection proved difficult to codify into rules that others could follow reliably without Lenin's particular combination of analytical brilliance and political judgment honed through decades of experience. Part 14. Flexibility and Compromise against Ultra-Leftism. Lenin's reputation as uncompromising revolutionary obscures his equally strong emphasis on tactical flexibility and strategic compromise when circumstances required adaptation. In 1920, he wrote Left-Wing Communism, an infantile disorder specifically to combat ultra-leftist tendencies emerging in newly formed communist parties across Europe. Young revolutionaries inspired by the Russian Revolution rejected all compromise, all participation in bourgeois parliaments, all work within reformist trade unions as betrayal of revolutionary principles. Lenin argued that this attitude, however subjectively revolutionary it felt, was politically childish and would doom communist parties to irrelevant sectarian isolation from the masses they needed to lead. Revolutionary strategy required engaging with workers where they actually were, not where revolutionaries wished they would be ideally located politically already. This meant working within existing institutions, including deeply flawed ones, to build influence and demonstrate communist leadership capacity through practical activity benefiting workers directly. Purity maintained through isolation was not revolutionary virtue, but political impotence disguised as principled intransigence against the actually existing conditions requiring patient work within them. Lenin distinguished sharply between principles which could never be compromised and tactics which must be adapted flexibly to changing circumstances and opportunities constantly. The goal of workers' power and the elimination of capitalism were non-negotiable principles, defining what made a movement genuinely revolutionary rather than reformist or opportunist, falsely claiming revolutionary credentials. But the means of achieving these goals had to vary according to conditions. What worked in Russia might fail elsewhere, and what failed yesterday might succeed tomorrow as situations changed. Bolshevik history demonstrated this flexibility repeatedly through sharp tactical turns that confused observers expecting consistency in immediate positions rather than underlying strategic direction maintained. The Bolsheviks had participated in bourgeois parliaments when this was useful, boycotted them when participation seemed counterproductive, and returned to participation when conditions changed again later. They had worked within legal trade unions, organized illegal underground cells, published legal newspapers and illegal pamphlets, made temporary alliances, and broke them as circumstances dictated strategically. This tactical flexibility, guided by unwavering strategic goals, was what distinguished effective revolutionary leadership from both opportunist accommodation and sectarian rigidity, equally politically sterile. The specific ultra-left errors Lenin addressed included refusal to participate in parliamentary elections and refusal to work within reformist trade unions led by bureaucrats hostile to revolution. Ultra-leftists argued that parliaments were bourgeois institutions designed to deceive workers with illusions of democratic participation, while real power remained with capitalists always regardless of election outcomes. Lenin agreed with this analysis, but drew different tactical conclusions about what revolutionaries should do given this accurate understanding of parliamentary limitations under capitalism. Millions of workers still believed in parliamentary democracy and still voted. Revolutionaries who abstained from elections simply ceded this arena to reformists who would mislead workers without communist challenge present. Communist participation in parliaments should not aim at passing legislation, which would be blocked or reversed by bourgeois power, but at using parliamentary platforms for revolutionary propaganda reaching mass audiences. Communist deputies would expose parliamentary fraud from within, demonstrating through their own activity the limitations of bourgeois democracy that abstract propaganda alone could not make workers understand viscerally. When conditions ripened for revolutionary action, parliamentary positions could be abandoned. But meanwhile, refusing participation simply surrendered useful positions to class enemies without any compensating benefit gained. Similar logic applied to trade unions led by reformist bureaucrats who actively opposed revolutionary politics and suppressed militant workers within their organizations systematically. Ultra-leftists wanted to abandon these unions and form new revolutionary unions that would be ideologically pure and free from bureaucratic corruption, compromising existing labor organizations thoroughly. Lenin argued this was exactly backwards. Leaving reformist unions meant abandoning the masses of workers who remained in them to reformist misleadership without revolutionary challenge or alternative presented. The task was not to form pure organizations of already convinced revolutionaries, but to win the unconvinced millions who still followed reformist leaders through patient work, demonstrating superior communist analysis and commitment. This required the difficult, unglamorous work of operating within hostile institutions, facing bureaucratic obstruction, and gradually building influence through consistent service to workers' immediate interests and needs daily. Revolutionary Romanticism preferred dramatic gestures of defiance to this patient accumulation of influence. But dramatic gestures without mass support accomplished nothing except satisfying revolutionaries' own emotional needs for purity. Lenin insisted that communists must go where the masses were, however politically backward those locations might be, rather than waiting in isolation for masses to come to them already fully revolutionary in consciousness. Lenin also defended the necessity of compromises and temporary agreements. Even with political forces, communists ultimately aimed to defeat and supersede through revolutionary transformation eventually. The Bolsheviks had made a humiliating peace with Germany at Brest-Litovsk, surrendering vast territories to save the revolution from military destruction when the army could no longer fight effectively. Ultra-leftists had opposed this compromise as betrayal, preferring revolutionary war that would have meant certain defeat given the actual military situation facing Soviet forces at that desperate moment, objectively assessed. Lenin argued that knowing when to retreat, when to accept temporary setbacks, when to trade space for time, was essential to revolutionary leadership that aimed at ultimate victory, not glorious defeat romantically embraced. Compromise with enemies was permissible when it strengthened the revolutionary position for future battles, even while accepting immediate losses that were painful but strategically necessary under prevailing conditions. What was impermissible was compromising principles, abandoning revolutionary goals, or deceiving the masses about the nature of compromises made as though they were victories rather than tactical retreats honestly acknowledged. Transparency about the reasons for compromise maintained revolutionary integrity, while the compromises themselves preserved revolutionary forces to fight another day under more favorable conditions anticipated. This emphasis on flexibility reflected Lenin's deeper understanding of politics as engagement with an unpredictable, constantly changing reality that no theory could fully anticipate in advance. Dogmatists treated Marxism as a set of fixed formulas to be applied regardless of circumstances, producing policies that might be theoretically correct but practically disastrous under actual conditions faced. Lenin treated Marxism as a method of analysis that must be applied creatively to each new situation, producing conclusions that might surprise those expecting mechanical consistency with previous positions taken. He famously said that theory was grey, but the tree of life was green, meaning that living reality was always richer and more complex than theoretical schemas attempting to capture it abstractly could ever be. This did not mean abandoning theory for pure pragmatism without principles. It meant using theory as a tool for understanding reality, not a substitute for actually engaging with reality's specific features carefully observed. The revolutionary who could combine theoretical depth with practical flexibility, principled commitment with tactical adaptability, was the revolutionary who would actually succeed in transforming society through effective action. Lenin embodied this combination at his best. Though his followers often rigidified his specific tactical judgments into new dogmas he would likely have rejected had he lived to see their mechanical application everywhere, regardless of local conditions. Part 15. The National Question and Self-Determination. Lenin developed extensive writings on the national question that significantly influenced both Marxist theory and 20th-century anti-colonial movements worldwide for decades. Classical Marxism had an ambivalent relationship with nationalism, viewing it as bourgeois ideology that divided workers along national lines rather than uniting them as an international class against capital. Marx and Engels supported some national movements, particularly those they saw as progressive against reactionary empires, while dismissing others as historically obsolete or counter-revolutionary distractions from class struggle. Lenin systematized the Marxist approach to nationalism, arguing that the right of nations to self-determination was a democratic principle that socialists must support even while maintaining class analysis of national movements carefully. This position generated controversy within the revolutionary movement, with Rosa Luxemburg and others arguing that self-determination was impractical and diverted attention from international working-class unity that should take absolute priority. Lenin defended national self-determination as both principled democratic commitment and strategic necessity for building revolutionary alliances against imperialism across the colonized world effectively. Lenin distinguished between the nationalism of oppressor nations and the nationalism of oppressed nations as fundamentally different phenomena requiring different political responses from revolutionaries. The nationalism of imperialist powers like Britain, France and Russia served to justify colonial domination and to mobilize workers behind their own ruling classes against foreign rivals and colonized peoples abroad. This nationalism was reactionary because it bound workers to their exploiters and divided the international working class along national lines that served bourgeois rather than proletarian interests objectively analysed. Socialists in imperialist countries had to combat their own nation's nationalism most vigorously, supporting the liberation struggles of peoples their governments oppressed and refusing all justifications for imperial domination consistently. The nationalism of oppressed peoples, by contrast, represented democratic resistance to foreign domination and was objectively progressive regardless of the class character of its leadership in any particular national movement examined. Supporting national liberation did not mean endorsing nationalist ideology, but recognizing that democratic self-determination was a legitimate demand that socialists could not oppose without becoming apologists for imperialism effectively. The strategic task was supporting national liberation movements while building working-class leadership within them that could carry liberation beyond mere political independence towards social transformation as well, eventually. The right of nations to self-determination meant concretely the right to form independent states, including the right to secede from existing multinational states that held nations within them against their will. Lenin applied this principle to the Russian Empire, which contained numerous non-Russian peoples conquered and held through Tsarist expansion over centuries of imperial aggression and colonial domination internally. Poles, Finns, Ukrainians, Georgians and dozens of other nationalities had legitimate grievances against Russian domination and legitimate aspirations for self-governance that socialists must recognize and support actively. The Bolsheviks promised national self-determination to win support from non-Russian peoples who might otherwise oppose a revolution perceived as merely Russian or as continuation of Russian domination under new ideological justification. After taking power, the Soviet government formally recognized the right of secession and initially allowed Finland, Poland and the Baltic states to separate and form independent states through exercising this recognized right practically. This seemed to vindicate Lenin's position that supporting self-determination was compatible with building a socialist state, and would actually strengthen rather than weaken revolutionary authority through voluntary rather than coerced union. However, the practical application of self-determination proved far more complicated than the theoretical principles suggested it would be when implemented under actual revolutionary conditions faced. The Soviet government supported self-determination in theory, but intervened militarily against independence movements in Ukraine, Georgia and elsewhere when those movements aligned with counter-revolutionary or anti-Bolshevik forces during civil war. The distinction between legitimate national liberation and counter-revolutionary separatism backed by imperialist powers proved difficult to draw objectively when Soviet security interests were at stake in specific cases. Lenin argued that self-determination was a right, but not an absolute, that overrode all other considerations, particularly the survival of the revolution against domestic and foreign enemies, seeking its destruction through any available means. Critics saw this as essentially negating the right by conditioning it on Soviet approval, which would never be granted when secession threatened Soviet strategic interests, regardless of popular wishes expressed democratically by the nations involved. The Soviet Union that emerged was formally a voluntary federation of republics with the right to secede, but practically a centralized state where that right could never be exercised against central government opposition effectively. National self-determination became ideological legitimation for what remained a multinational empire, now under communist rather than czarist rule, but similarly resistant to actual national independence movements within its borders consistently. Lenin fought his last political battle against Stalin over the national question, specifically regarding Stalin's treatment of Georgia and his approach to forming the Soviet Union constitutionally. Stalin, himself a Georgian but a fierce centralizer, had brutally suppressed Georgian communists who resisted incorporation into a trans-Caucasian federation rather than direct union with Russia on equal terms as they preferred. Lenin, already severely ill, dictated notes harshly criticizing Stalin's great Russian chauvinism and demanding that the Georgian affair be investigated and Stalin's approach repudiated by the party leadership. He proposed constitutional arrangements that would give national republics greater autonomy and protections against Russian domination within the Soviet Federation being established officially through constitutional processes underway. Lenin worried that the revolution was reproducing Russian imperial patterns under new ideological justifications, alienating non-Russian peoples and undermining the internationalist principles that were supposed to distinguish Soviet power from Tsarist oppression fundamentally. His intervention came too late. Strokes incapacitated him before he could follow through, and Stalin successfully buried Lenin's criticisms while consolidating his own power over the party and state apparatus completely. The national question remained a fundamental tension within the Soviet system throughout its existence, ultimately contributing to its dissolution when republics exercised the formal right to secede that suddenly became practically meaningful in 1991. Part 16. From war communism to the new economic policy. The Soviet government's economic policies underwent dramatic shifts that revealed both pragmatic flexibility and the enormous difficulties of building socialism under conditions of devastation and isolation. War communism, implemented from 1918 to 1921, attempted to abolish market relations and establish direct state control over the entire economy as rapidly as possible, immediately. The state nationalized all industry, banned private trade, requisitioned grain from peasants, and tried to distribute goods through administrative allocation rather than monetary exchange throughout the economy. This was partly ideological, reflecting beliefs that socialism meant eliminating markets, and partly necessitated by civil war conditions requiring maximum resource mobilization for military survival against white armies and foreign intervention. The results were catastrophic. Industrial production collapsed to a fraction of pre-war levels, agricultural output plummeted, famine killed millions, and popular support for the Bolsheviks eroded dangerously among the peasantry they had alienated through forced requisitions. By 1921, the policy had brought the country to the brink of complete economic and political collapse, threatening the revolution's survival despite military victory over organized counter-revolutionary forces achieved. The Kronstadt Rebellion of March 1921 crystallized the crisis and forced a fundamental policy reversal that Lenin acknowledged as strategic retreat from advanced positions that proved untenable. Sailors at the Kronstadt naval base, who had been among the most enthusiastic supporters of the revolution, rose in rebellion, demanding economic liberalization and political democratization against Bolshevik monopoly of power. Their demands included free trade for peasants, free elections to Soviets, and freedom for socialist parties, essentially the democratic program the Bolsheviks themselves had advocated before taking power and restricting these freedoms themselves afterward. The rebellion was suppressed militarily, but Lenin recognized that it signaled a dangerous alienation of the revolutionary base that military force alone could not resolve without addressing underlying grievances genuinely. If the sailors of Kronstadt, the pride of the revolution, had turned against the government, the situation was desperate indeed and required fundamental changes in policy direction, not merely tactical adjustments within existing frameworks. Lenin proposed the new economic policy at the 10th Party Congress immediately following Kronstadt's suppression, presenting it as necessary retreat to preserve revolutionary power under extraordinarily difficult circumstances requiring adaptation to survive. The new economic policy, known as NEP, represented dramatic reversal from war communism's attempt to abolish market relations immediately and comprehensively throughout the entire Soviet economy. Forced grain requisitions ended, replaced by a tax in kind that left peasants free to sell surplus production on the open market at prices determined by supply and demand, rather than state decree. Private trade was legalized, allowing small merchants and entrepreneurs, soon dubbed netmen, to operate businesses buying and selling goods for profit legally once again within limits set by policy. Small and medium industry was denationalized or leased to private operators, while the state retained control over large-scale industry, banking, foreign trade, and transportation infrastructure, the commanding heights of the economy. The result was a mixed economy, combining socialist state control of key sectors with capitalist market relations in agriculture, retail trade, and small-scale production operating simultaneously within one economic system experimentally. Lenin presented this not as abandonment of socialism, but as strategic retreat, one step backward to take two steps forward later when conditions improve sufficiently to advance further toward full socialist transformation, eventually. NEPI was controversial within the party, with many Bolsheviks viewing it as betrayal of revolutionary principles and capitulation to capitalism they had sacrificed everything to overthrow just years earlier. Private traders getting rich while workers struggled seemed to mock the revolution's egalitarian promises and reward precisely the social elements socialism was supposed to eliminate permanently from society. Peasants with larger holdings benefited most from free markets, while poorer peasants remained marginalized, recreating class differentiation in the countryside that revolution was supposed to have abolished definitively. Lenin acknowledged these contradictions, but argued that the alternative was worse: economic collapse that would destroy the workers' state entirely and leave nothing to build socialism with in the future, eventually. The revolution had to survive first before it could advance, and survival required economic recovery that only market incentives could stimulate given the devastated conditions and limited state capacity actually available realistically. Socialism required developed productive forces that Russia lacked. NEP would develop those forces even through capitalist methods until the state was strong enough to advance towards socialism from a more solid economic foundation built through this temporary retreat. Lenin developed theoretical justification for NEP that went beyond emergency necessity to suggest a longer-term model for socialist transition in backward countries facing similar conditions elsewhere, potentially. State capitalism, where the state regulates and directs capitalist development rather than immediately abolishing it, could be a progressive stage for countries lacking the productive development socialism presupposed as its material foundation. The state would control the commanding heights, ensuring that overall development served socialist goals, while allowing market mechanisms to operate where they were more efficient than administrative planning proved to be practically. Cooperatives would gradually draw peasants into collective economic activity through their own experience of benefits, rather than coerced collectivization that would alienate them from the workers' state unnecessarily and counterproductively. Cultural revolution would raise educational and technical levels, creating the human capacity to actually administer a socialist economy that could not be improvised by political will alone without developed skills, population-wide, widely distributed. Lenin suggested NEP would continue for an entire historical epoch, perhaps decades, not as brief emergency measure, but as the form socialist construction would take under Russian conditions for the foreseeable future ahead. His death in 1924 left the party without his authority to defend this gradualist approach against those who wanted to accelerate socialist construction through state coercion applied massively and immediately instead of patient development. Part 17. Critiques from the Revolutionary Left. Lenin faced criticism not only from liberals and conservatives, but from revolutionaries who shared his socialist goals while rejecting his methods and organizational theories fundamentally. Rosa Luxemburg, the brilliant Polish-German revolutionary, provided the most sophisticated left critique during Lenin's lifetime, combining genuine respect with sharp theoretical disagreement on essential questions. Luxemburg agreed that capitalism must be overthrown through revolution and that the working class was the agent of this transformation. But she diverged significantly on questions of organization and revolutionary process dynamics. She emphasized spontaneity, the creative self-activity of the masses in revolutionary situations, against what she saw as Lenin's excessive emphasis on conscious leadership and organizational control over mass movements from above. The masses would educate themselves through struggle, learning more from one genuine mass strike than from decades of party tutelage by self-appointed revolutionary experts, however well-intentioned and theoretically sophisticated they believed themselves to be. Lenin's Vanguard party risked substituting itself for the working class, making decisions on behalf of workers rather than enabling workers to make their own decisions through their own democratic processes of deliberation and action collectively undertaken. Luxemburg's critique of Bolshevik practice after 1917 proved remarkably prescient about dangers that materialized fully only after her murder in 1919 by German counter-revolutionaries. Writing from prison with limited information, she supported the revolution while criticizing the suppression of democratic freedoms, including press freedom, assembly rights, and the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly elected democratically. Freedom only for supporters of the government was not freedom at all. Genuine democracy required freedom for those who thought differently, including political opponents whose views the majority might find mistaken or even repugnant politically. Without democratic debate, the government would lose contact with popular sentiment and make errors that criticism could have corrected before they became catastrophic through suppression of alternative viewpoints and information sources. Socialism built through dictatorship would produce not liberation, but new forms of domination, as the state apparatus developed interests separate from and eventually opposed to the workers it claimed to represent exclusively and authentically. She predicted that without corrective mechanisms of democratic accountability, the dictatorship of the proletariat would become dictatorship of a handful of politicians, then ultimately dictatorship of a single individual over both party and state combined. Lenin and Trotsky had opened the door that Stalin would walk through, not through personal evil, but through structural features of the system they had constructed that made such outcomes possible and even probable over time. Anarchists provided another strand of revolutionary left critique, rejecting not just Lenin's specific methods, but the entire project of seizing state power as a path to liberation from oppression. Mikhail Bakunin had clashed with Marx in the First International, predicting that a workers' state would become a new ruling class, oppressing workers rather than liberating them from all class domination permanently. The state, by its nature, concentrated power, created hierarchies, and developed institutional interests in perpetuating itself regardless of the ideology justifying its existence or the sincerity of its founders' intentions originally. Lenin's emphasis on centralized party leadership simply intensified these inherent tendencies, producing a system where a small elite commanded obedience rather than empowering mass self-organization from below democratically and directly. Anarchists in Russia had initially cooperated with Bolsheviks against common enemies, but were suppressed ruthlessly when they maintained independence and criticized Bolshevik authoritarianism from libertarian socialist perspectives the state could not tolerate. The Makhnovist movement in Ukraine combined agrarian revolt with anarchist organization, demonstrating alternatives to Bolshevik centralism before being crushed by the Red Army as threat to state power regardless of revolutionary credentials and genuine popular support among Ukrainian peasants. For anarchists, the Bolshevik trajectory confirmed their fundamental critique. Using the state to achieve liberation was contradictory because the state itself was the enemy of liberation that could never be an instrument for achieving liberation genuinely. Council communists developed another left critique, emphasizing workers' councils, Soviets, as the authentic form of working-class power against both parliamentary reformism and party dictatorship, claiming to represent workers without actually being controlled by them. Anton Pannekoek, Hermann Gorter, and others argued that Lenin had betrayed the Soviet principle by subordinating Soviets to party control, rather than allowing workers to govern themselves through their own directly democratic institutions, autonomously. The Communist International's insistence on party discipline and centralized leadership exported Russian conditions inappropriately to Western Europe, where different forms of workers' organization were possible and more appropriate for local conditions actually existing there. Workers in advanced capitalist countries did not need vanguard parties to bring them consciousness from outside. They could develop revolutionary capacity through their own self-organization in workplaces and communities without intellectual tutelage from professional revolutionaries claiming special knowledge. The councils that emerged spontaneously in revolutionary situations, like German workers' councils in 1918, represented authentic proletarian democracy that Leninist parties inevitably suppressed to maintain their own monopoly of revolutionary leadership and political authority over the movement. Council communism remained a minority current, but articulated perspectives that continue influencing libertarian socialist and autonomous movements seeking alternatives to both reformism and Leninist organizational models still today in contemporary radical politics. Lenin responded to left critics with a combination of substantive argument and dismissive polemic that did not always engage their strongest points fairly and completely. He characterized ultra-leftism as infantile disorder, implying that critics were politically immature rather than raising legitimate concerns, deserving serious consideration and reasoned response adequately. He defended Bolshevik measures as emergency necessities imposed by civil war, foreign intervention, and the need to survive, not as ideal socialist policy that would be maintained under normal conditions indefinitely. The choice was not between perfect democracy and party dictatorship, but between the revolution surviving or being destroyed by enemies who would grant workers no democracy at all if they won the conflict militarily. Critics in comfortable exile could moralize about freedom, while Bolsheviks faced the practical necessity of fighting for revolutionary survival against overwhelming odds and ruthless opponents, allowing no space for democratic luxuries during active civil war. These responses had force, but did not adequately address structural critiques about how the system being built would function even after emergency conditions passed, and normalized governance became possible under more stable circumstances eventually achieved. Lenin seemed to assume that good intentions and correct analysis would prevent bureaucratic degeneration, underestimating how institutions shape behavior regardless of the intentions of those who design and initially lead them over time, inevitably and inescapably. Part 18. Critiques from Liberals and Social Democrats. Liberal critics attacked Leninism from fundamentally different premises than revolutionary left critics who shared socialist goals while disputing methods of achieving them properly. Liberals defended individual rights, constitutional government, private property and market economics as essential foundations of free society that Bolshevism sought to destroy in the name of illusory collective liberation promised but never delivered. The dictatorship of the proletariat was dictatorship plain and simple, violating the rights of individuals and minorities regardless of what collective benefits it claimed to provide through its coercive methods systematically applied. Lenin's contempt for bourgeois democracy revealed his fundamentally authoritarian disposition that would create tyranny far worse than the imperfect liberal democracies he criticized as fraudulent masks for class rule, actually functioning better than what replaced them. The dispersal of the Constituent Assembly, suppression of opposition parties, censorship, and political terror showed that Bolshevism meant not liberation, but new and more comprehensive despotism than Tsarism had ever achieved with its more limited state capacity technically. History vindicated this critique as Soviet tyranny exceeded anything liberals had predicted possible when their warnings were dismissed as bourgeois propaganda defending class privilege against workers' legitimate aspirations for better life and genuine freedom combined. Karl Popper's influential critique in The Open Society and Its Enemies placed Lenin within a tradition of totalitarian thinking stretching from Plato through Hegel to Marx, and those who implemented Marxist ideology practically. The claim to possess scientific knowledge of historical laws justified imposing this knowledge on populations too benighted to recognize their own true interests without guidance from those possessing superior theoretical understanding correctly. Historicism, the belief that history follows knowable laws determining future development, provided pseudo-scientific legitimation for dictatorship by those claiming to understand these laws and their practical political implications best among all possible interpreters. Lenin's Vanguard Party was the organizational expression of this epistemological arrogance. Those who knew must lead those who did not know, and criticism was simply evidence of insufficient understanding rather than legitimate disagreement deserving respect and response. Open society required fallibilism, recognition that we might be wrong, and that criticism serves essential function in correcting errors that even the most intelligent and well-intentioned leaders inevitably make without external check on their judgments. Closed societies like the Soviet Union suppressed criticism, guaranteeing that errors would compound until catastrophic consequences forced recognition of what earlier criticism might have corrected through legitimate democratic processes of ongoing revision and improvement. Social Democrats occupied an intermediate position, sharing socialist goals with Lenin while rejecting revolutionary means in favor of gradual reform through democratic institutions and peaceful electoral competition within existing constitutional frameworks. Edward Bernstein had argued already in the 1890s that capitalism was not collapsing, as Marx predicted, but evolving in ways that made revolutionary overthrow unnecessary and counterproductive as strategy for achieving socialist objectives effectively. Workers were gaining ground through unions, cooperatives and socialist parties that won elections and passed reforms, improving conditions progressively without violent upheaval and its inevitable costs in human suffering and social destruction accompanying revolution. Democracy was not merely bourgeois trick, but genuine achievement, allowing workers to exercise power peacefully rather than through civil war, whose outcome was uncertain and whose costs were certain to be enormous, regardless of which side ultimately prevailed militarily. Lenin's contempt for gradualism led to catastrophe. The revolution destroyed more than it created, produced tyranny worse than what it replaced, and set back the socialist cause by associating it with dictatorship and terror in the minds of workers worldwide for generations afterward, persistently. Social democratic achievements in Western Europe, the welfare states that emerged after World War II, showed what reformist strategy could accomplish without the horrors that revolutionary strategy had produced in Russia and countries that followed its model subsequently. Lenin viewed social democracy as more dangerous enemy than open bourgeois reaction because it diverted workers from revolutionary path while maintaining socialist rhetoric and credibility among the working class through genuine, if inadequate, reforms achieved. Social Democrat support for their respective governments during World War I proved their fundamental betrayal of internationalism and working-class interests for which millions of workers died in imperialist slaughter they should have opposed. Their reformism was objectively counter-revolutionary because it stabilized capitalism, channeling discontent into manageable reforms that preserved the system rather than transforming it fundamentally as workers' real interests required immediately and urgently. The gradual improvement Social Democrats celebrated simply raised the floor of exploitation without eliminating exploitation itself, making workers more comfortable slaves rather than free people controlling their own collective destiny democratically and completely. Welfare states depended on imperialist exploitation of the Third World, sharing some super profits with metropolitan workers while intensifying exploitation of colonial and neo-colonial peoples who paid the real costs of First World prosperity invisibly. Social democracy was thus not alternative path to socialism, but obstacle blocking that path. And struggle against social democratic misleadership was essential precondition for revolutionary advance that social democrats would always obstruct when actually possible to achieve. The debate between revolutionary and reformist socialism remains unresolved, with historical evidence cited by both sides to support their conflicting conclusions about which strategy actually serves working-class interests more effectively. Reformists point to Scandinavian welfare states achieving high living standards, strong unions, and genuine democracy without revolutionary violence, and its attendant costs in human lives and social stability unnecessarily sacrificed. Revolutionaries point to reformism's limits. Welfare states have eroded under neoliberal assault, inequality has increased since the 1980s, and capitalism's fundamental exploitation continues despite decades of reform that never challenged it fundamentally or permanently. Lenin's critique of reformism retains force even if his alternative proved disastrous in implementation. Capitalism has survived and continues generating crises that reformism cannot resolve within its self-imposed limits, accepting capitalism's basic framework as unchangeable practically. The question of whether revolutionary transformation is necessary and possible, or whether patient reform represents the only realistic path to humane society, remains contested and probably cannot be settled abstractly apart from specific historical conditions and struggles revealing what is actually achievable concretely. Part 19. The Lenin to Stalin. Question: continuity or rupture? No question in Lenin scholarship generates more controversy than the relationship between Leninism and Stalinism that succeeded it in Soviet history. Did Stalin's terror, forced collectivization, show trials and comprehensive dictatorship represent continuation of Lenin's system or fundamental betrayal of it requiring different historical explanation entirely? The stakes are high because the answer determines whether Leninism itself is condemned by Soviet crimes or whether an alternative Leninist path remained possible that Stalin's victory foreclosed through contingent political developments not inherent to the system itself. Cold War historiography generally emphasized continuity. Lenin created the one-party dictatorship, the secret police terror, the suppression of all opposition, and Stalin simply intensified what Lenin had already established in essential form completely. Revisionist historiography emphasized rupture. Lenin's system, whatever its flaws, contained democratic elements and reformist possibilities that Stalin's counter-revolution destroyed through transformations as significant as the original revolution itself had been. Contemporary scholarship recognizes elements of both continuity and rupture, tracing how specific Leninist institutions and practices developed in directions Lenin might not have anticipated or approved, but also enabled through the structures he created deliberately. The continuity thesis points to institutions Lenin established that Stalin later used for vastly expanded repression against far larger numbers of victims than Lenin had targeted. The Cheka, the secret police Lenin created in December 1917, pioneered techniques of surveillance, arrest, torture and execution that the later NKVD would apply on industrial scale during the Great Terror of the 1930s. The concentration camps Lenin established for class enemies during the Civil War provided the model for the Gulag system that would eventually hold millions of prisoners, serving Stalin's industrialization through forced labor under horrific conditions. The one-party state Lenin defended as emergency necessity became a permanent feature that Stalin exploited to eliminate all political alternatives and establish personal autocracy without institutional checks remaining to limit his power in any way effectively. Lenin banned factions within the party in 1921. Providing Stalin the weapon he would use to destroy all opposition within the party itself, not just opposition from other parties already suppressed under Lenin's own authority previously. The claim that Stalin betrayed Lenin rings hollow when Stalin's methods were extensions of methods Lenin himself had used, differing in scale and target, but not in fundamental character or legitimating ideology, justifying their application to designated enemies of the revolution and working class. The rupture thesis points to significant differences between Lenin's practice and Stalin's that suggest qualitative transformation rather than mere quantitative expansion of essentially similar patterns of rule. Lenin's terror during the Civil War targeted identifiable class enemies and political opponents in context of genuine military conflict threatening revolutionary survival against organized armed resistance, requiring emergency measures temporarily. Stalin's terror targeted the party itself, old Bolsheviks who had made the revolution, loyal communists accused of fantastic crimes through obviously fabricated evidence presented at show trials the whole world recognized as judicial farces transparently staged. Lenin had maintained collective leadership, facing genuine debates within the party leadership, and sometimes losing votes on important questions without this threatening his position or his opponent's physical safety, regardless of disagreement expressed openly. Stalin established personal dictatorship, reducing the Politburo and Central Committee to rubber stamps, terrified of expressing any opinion, until Stalin had first indicated his own preference, to which they would unanimously defer immediately and completely. Lenin criticized Stalin harshly in his final writings and attempted to remove him from the position of General Secretary through his testament that the party leadership suppressed after Lenin's death to protect Stalin's consolidating power against Lenin's explicit dying wishes, expressed clearly in writing. The structural argument suggests that Lenin created conditions that made Stalinist outcomes probable without making them inevitable, or reducing Stalin to merely executing Leninist logic to its necessary conclusion automatically. The Vanguard Party concentrated power in ways that facilitated further concentration once the original leadership generation passed from the scene through death or political defeat by more ruthless successors willing to use accumulated institutional power without scruple. The absence of institutionalized mechanisms for leadership succession meant that power would go to whoever could seize control of the party apparatus, which turned out to be the General Secretary, who controlled appointments and therefore built a faction loyal to him personally within the bureaucratic structure Lenin had created. The identification of party with class and party leadership with party meant that opposition to leadership could be defined as opposition to the working class itself, justifying unlimited measures against counter-revolutionary enemies. However, that category came to be defined by those holding power to make such definitions stick practically. Lenin had not intended these outcomes, but had created structures that enabled them without building in safeguards that might have prevented them from developing as they actually did under his successor's leadership, taking the system he built in directions he did not anticipate adequately. Intentions matter less than structures when evaluating political legacies, and Lenin's structures prove more compatible with Stalinist dictatorship than with the workers' democracy Lenin had theorized, but never adequately institutionalized against bureaucratic degeneration that his own practices had enabled structurally. Lenin's final writings suggest he recognized dangers in the system he had created, but lacked time and health to address them effectively before death removed him from political life permanently. His testament criticized all potential successors, and specifically warned against Stalin's concentration of power and his rudeness that was intolerable in a general secretary wielding such extensive organizational authority over party affairs nationally. His articles on the Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate proposed institutional reforms to combat bureaucracy, though these reforms seemed inadequate to the scale of the problem he himself was identifying belatedly and with insufficient force to compel adoption. His fight over Georgia showed genuine commitment to national self-determination against the great Russian chauvinism he detected in Stalin's approach to non-Russian peoples within the Soviet Federation being consolidated constitutionally. These late interventions suggest a Lenin troubled by developments he had set in motion but could no longer control, attempting course corrections that came too late to redirect a system whose trajectory was already determined by forces he had helped unleash, without maintaining ability to guide them toward outcomes he would have preferred. Whether earlier intervention might have prevented Stalinism, or whether the structural logic was already irreversible by the time Lenin recognized the danger, remains a counterfactual question. Historical evidence cannot definitively resolve, given what actually occurred historically. Part 20. Impact on Anticolonial Movements and Third World Marxism. Lenin's theory of imperialism and his strategic reorientation toward the colonial world had enormous influence on revolutionary movements throughout Asia, Africa, and Latin America for decades. He provided theoretical framework explaining colonial exploitation as integral to global capitalist system, rather than incidental policy choice that more enlightened Western governance might correct through reform without fundamental transformation. Colonial peoples were not merely victims of foreign oppression, but potential revolutionary agents who could strike blows against imperialism that would weaken the entire global system and contribute to worldwide socialist transformation eventually. This elevated anti-colonial struggles from nationalist grievances to world historical significance, connecting local resistance to the international revolutionary movement Lenin was attempting to organize through the Communist International founded in 1919. National liberation movements could be allies of the international working class against common enemies even when their leadership was not proletarian, and their immediate goals were national independence rather than socialist revolution as such, directly. Lenin's formulations thus legitimized communist support for nationalist movements while maintaining the long-term goal of transcending nationalism through international socialist solidarity that would emerge from successful national liberation struggles eventually completed. The Communist International under Lenin's leadership established the framework for relating to colonial and semi-colonial countries that would shape communist strategy globally for decades afterward. The theses on national and colonial questions adopted at the Second Congress in 1920 distinguished between bourgeois nationalist movements and revolutionary nationalist movements based on mass participation and anti-imperialist program content. Communists should support revolutionary nationalist movements while maintaining organizational independence and working to ensure that national liberation led towards social revolution rather than stopping at mere political independence, preserving capitalist exploitation domestically under new national flags. This dual strategy of support, combined with independence, created complications when nationalist leaderships proved unreliable allies, sometimes suppressing communist movements that had helped them achieve power against colonial rulers initially. The Chinese Revolution of 1925–27 ended disastrously when the nationalist Kuomintang, which communists had supported and even joined organizationally, turned on its communist allies and massacred thousands in Shanghai and elsewhere after achieving its immediate objectives against warlords. Whether this disaster resulted from incorrect application of Lenin's strategy or from flaws inherent in the strategy itself remained debated among communists seeking to learn lessons from the catastrophic defeat suffered through trusting nationalist allies who proved to be class enemies ultimately. Mao Zedong developed Marxism-Leninism under Chinese conditions, adapting Lenin's theories to a peasant society where the urban working class was tiny and the revolutionary agent had to be found in the countryside primarily. Lenin had emphasized the worker-peasant alliance, but maintained the working class as leading force. Mao shifted the center of gravity toward the peasantry as the principal revolutionary class in Chinese conditions specifically analyzed. The Chinese Revolution succeeded in 1949 through peasant armies based in rural areas, vindicating Mao's adaptation while raising questions about how proletarian a revolution without significant proletarian participation could genuinely claim to be theoretically. Maoism became an alternative model to Soviet orthodoxy, attractive to revolutionaries in predominantly peasant societies who found the Soviet emphasis on industrial proletariat irrelevant to their conditions directly experienced. The Sino-Soviet split of the 1960s formalized this divergence, with Maoist China criticizing Soviet revisionism and offering itself as an alternative revolutionary pole for Third World movements dissatisfied with Soviet caution, and accommodation with Western imperialism through peaceful coexistence policies. Lenin's legacy thus divided into competing interpretations, each claiming authentic continuation of his revolutionary project, while condemning the other as deviation from the correct path he had originally charted before his death ended his direct guidance. National liberation movements across Africa and Asia drew on Leninist frameworks whether or not their leaderships were formally communist or affiliated with either Soviet or Chinese poles of the international communist movement directly. Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam was explicitly Leninist, having been formed politically in the Communist International and applying Vanguard party organization to Vietnamese conditions in decades of struggle against French colonialism and American intervention, eventually successful after enormous sacrifice. African socialist leaders like Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana and Julius Nyerere in Tanzania drew selectively on Leninist ideas about party organization, state-led development, and anti-imperialism, while developing their own variants adapted to African conditions and traditions specifically considered. Even non-communist nationalists found Lenin's imperialism theory useful for explaining their country's underdevelopment and justifying state intervention in economies that colonial powers had structured to serve metropolitan rather than local interests over generations of exploitation. Dependency theory, which analyzed how global economic structures kept third-world countries underdeveloped by transferring wealth to the center, drew directly on Lenin's analysis of imperialism and uneven development as structural features of global capitalism, requiring transformation, not mere reform, to overcome. Lenin's influence on the Third World thus extended far beyond communist parties, proper to shape the intellectual frameworks through which colonized peoples understood their situations and formulated strategies for liberation and development after independence was won formally. The results of Leninist influence on Third World revolutionary movements were mixed, achieving national independence in many cases, but often producing post-colonial states that replicated authoritarian patterns of the Soviet model they had adopted organizationally and ideologically. Single-party states, justified by Vanguard party theory, suppressed political opposition and civil society in the name of national unity and socialist construction that often served elite interests more than popular welfare, genuinely and observably. State-led development modelled on Soviet planning frequently failed economically, producing inefficiency, corruption and stagnation rather than the rapid industrialization achieved in the Soviet Union under historically specific conditions not replicable elsewhere easily. By the 1980s and 90s, most Third World states that had adopted Leninist models were abandoning them under pressure from economic crisis and international financial institutions demanding market-oriented reforms as condition for assistance during debt crises crippling their economies. Lenin's influence persists today more in analytical frameworks for understanding global inequality than in organizational models for achieving revolutionary transformation that have largely been discredited by historical experience of actually implemented Leninist regimes' failures and eventual collapse in most cases. Part 21. Impact on Western Marxism and Critical Theory. Lenin's influence on Marxist thought extended beyond revolutionary movements to shape philosophical and theoretical developments in Western academic contexts significantly for decades. Western Marxism emerged partly in dialogue with and reaction against Leninism, accepting some elements while rejecting others to develop Marxist theory in directions Lenin himself had not pursued or would likely have opposed critically. Georg Lukács, Antonio Gramsci, and the Frankfurt School thinkers all engaged seriously with Lenin while developing distinctive approaches that went beyond his frameworks in important theoretical directions that proved influential subsequently. The relationship was complex. Western Marxists often admired Lenin's revolutionary achievement while criticizing Soviet orthodoxy that claimed to continue his legacy, but rigidified his ideas into dogma enforced by state power against intellectual dissent from approved positions. They sought to recover the critical dialectical dimensions of Marxism against the mechanical materialism and political authoritarianism that had become associated with official Marxism-Leninism as state ideology in the Soviet Union and its satellites worldwide. Lenin's philosophical notebooks, with their emphasis on Hegel and dialectics, provided textual basis for arguing that Lenin himself had transcended the crude materialism of official Soviet philosophy and pointed toward the more sophisticated Western Marxism being developed independently. Georg Lukács published History and Class Consciousness in 1923. Developing themes that both drew on and went beyond Lenin's contributions significantly in theoretical depth achieved. Lukács emphasized reification, the process by which social relations created by human activity come to appear as natural, thing-like constraints that humans must simply accept as given and unchangeable fatalistically. Overcoming reification required developing revolutionary class consciousness that recognized capitalism as historical, humanly created system that humans could therefore transform through conscious collective action, deliberately undertaken. This emphasis on consciousness and ideology as central to revolutionary transformation reflected Lenin's own emphasis on the Vanguard Party's role in developing and spreading class consciousness among workers lacking it spontaneously. But Lukács developed the philosophical dimensions more deeply than Lenin had, connecting Marxism to Hegel's dialectics in ways that influenced subsequent Western Marxism's theoretical orientation toward questions of consciousness, culture, and ideology over narrower economic and political concerns emphasized elsewhere. The book was condemned by Soviet orthodoxy, and Lukács recanted under pressure. But it remained influential among Western intellectuals seeking Marxism that engaged seriously with philosophical questions beyond what official Marxism-Leninism permitted or encouraged academically. Antonio Gramsci developed concepts that extended Leninist analysis while adapting it to Western European conditions, where direct revolutionary assault on state power seemed less promising than in Russia's exceptional circumstances historically. His concept of hegemony analyzed how ruling classes maintained power not primarily through coercion, but through ideological leadership that secured consent from subordinate classes to their own domination through cultural and intellectual mechanisms operating continuously. Civil society, the sphere of cultural institutions, education, media, and everyday social relations, was where hegemony was constructed and where counter-hegemonic struggles had to be waged by revolutionary movements seeking to transform common sense towards socialist perspectives gradually. This suggested a war of position, gradual construction of counter-hegemonic institutions and ideas, rather than the war of maneuver, direct assault on state power that had succeeded in Russia but would fail in the West, where civil society was more developed and resilient against revolutionary attack. Gramsci's approach influenced Euro-communism and various attempts to develop democratic paths to socialism that worked within rather than against liberal democratic institutions over extended historical periods of cultural and political preparation for eventual transformation peacefully achieved. Whether Gramsci's strategy represented development of Lenin's ideas for different conditions or fundamental departure from revolutionary politics remains debated among interpreters claiming his legacy for different political projects today. The Frankfurt School developed critical theory that engaged Marxism with psychoanalysis, aesthetics, and cultural analysis in ways that departed significantly from Lenin's narrower political and economic focus characteristically. Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, Herbert Marcuse, and others analyzed how modern capitalism produced forms of domination that operated through culture, psychology and technology rather than primarily through economic exploitation and state coercion alone, traditionally understood. Consumer society, mass media and the culture industry manufactured consent and produced one-dimensional people incapable of critical thought or revolutionary aspiration, even when their objective interests should have motivated opposition to the system exploiting them daily. This analysis was more pessimistic than Lenin's confident expectation that objective contradictions would produce revolutionary consciousness and action, eventually with proper party leadership guiding workers toward their historical destiny of liberation. The working class seemed integrated into capitalism rather than opposed to it, enjoying consumer goods and entertainment that compensated for exploitation and foreclosed revolutionary alternatives that earlier Marxists had considered inevitable historical development towards socialism. Frankfurt School. Critical theory influenced new left movements of the 1960s that sought revolutionary agents beyond the traditional working class and developed cultural politics that Lenin would likely have dismissed as petty bourgeois distraction from serious class struggle properly understood. Lenin's influence on Western Marxism thus operated dialectically, stimulating theoretical development through both extension of his ideas and reaction against their limitations as perceived by thinkers working in different contexts and historical circumstances than those Lenin faced directly. His emphasis on consciousness, organization, and the active role of revolutionary theory in shaping historical outcomes resonated with Western Marxists developing cultural and ideological analysis beyond economic reductionism, attributed to vulgar Marxism and official Soviet orthodoxy, equally rejected. His actual political practice, culminating in one-party dictatorship, provided negative example of what to avoid for those seeking democratic socialism that learned from Soviet failure, while preserving commitment to fundamental social transformation beyond reformism's inherent limits, acknowledged. The philosophical notebooks provided textual basis for claiming a more sophisticated Lenin than the author of Materialism and Empirio-criticism, one more compatible with the Hegelian dialectics. Western Marxists preferred to crude materialism officially promulgated by Soviet philosophy institutionally. Whether this selective appropriation captured the real Lenin or constructed a Lenin convenient for Western academic purposes remains debatable, but it demonstrates his continuing influence on Marxist thought long after his political project had failed to produce the results he had anticipated and worked toward throughout his revolutionary career, until death ended it prematurely. Part 22. Misconceptions exposed and scholarly debates. Lenin's legacy is surrounded by misconceptions propagated by both supporters and opponents for political purposes rather than historical accuracy and genuine understanding. Hagiography from Soviet sources and their sympathizers presented Lenin as infallible genius, whose every utterance contained profound wisdom applicable to all times and places universally without critical examination. Demonology from anti-communist sources presented Lenin as power-hungry monster whose every action served nothing but tyrannical ambition disguised behind ideological justifications he never sincerely believed himself personally. Both approaches obscure a more complex historical figure who held genuine beliefs, made genuine errors, faced genuine dilemmas, and whose legacy contains both insights worth preserving and failures worth understanding to avoid repeating elsewhere subsequently. Serious scholarship attempts to navigate between hagiography and demonology to understand Lenin historically in his context, with appropriate recognition of both achievements and crimes that resist simple moral categorization, satisfying neither admirers nor critics entirely. One persistent misconception concerns Lenin's relationship to terror and political violence throughout his revolutionary career, and particularly after taking power in October 1917. The claim that Lenin simply loved violence or used terror promiscuously without discrimination or strategic rationale is contradicted by evidence of his attempts to limit and direct violence towards specific political purposes carefully defined. But the counterclaim that Lenin reluctantly accepted only necessary violence forced upon him by circumstances beyond his control understates his genuine belief that revolutionary violence was legitimate, justified, and necessary for achieving socialist transformation against enemies who would grant workers no mercy if they won. Lenin authorized terror against class enemies and political opponents, defended terror theoretically as instrument of revolutionary dictatorship, and dismissed moral scruples about violence as bourgeois sentimentality, incompatible with serious revolutionary commitment to achieving historical objectives, however violent means might be required. The Red Terror killed tens of thousands during the Civil War, and while this was far less than Stalin's later millions, it established precedents and institutions that made later escalation possible and in some ways probable, given the trajectory Lenin himself had set in motion deliberately, if not with full anticipation of subsequent developments. Accurate assessment requires acknowledging both that Lenin's violence was not gratuitous and that it was not merely defensive necessity either, but active policy choice, reflecting genuine beliefs about revolutionary requirements and their justification theoretically. Another misconception concerns what is to be done and its relationship to Lenin's subsequent organizational practice throughout his political career after its publication. The pamphlet is often treated as Lenin's definitive statement of organizational principles that he consistently applied thereafter, making him the architect of centralized party dictatorship from 1902 onward without significant development. Lenin himself later said the pamphlet was exaggerated and distorted by opponents, representing a specific polemic against economism at a particular moment, rather than timeless organizational blueprint applicable to all circumstances universally regardless of context. His practice varied significantly. He advocated opening the party to mass membership during the 1905 revolution, accepted broad coalitions and democratic procedures when circumstances permitted, and showed tactical flexibility inconsistent with rigid application of Vanguard party doctrine as fixed organizational template universally applied. This does not mean what is to be done is irrelevant to understanding Lenin, but treating it as his last word on organization ignores both his subsequent statements and his actual practice that varied considerably depending on circumstances faced and strategic assessments made at different historical moments during his career. Serious scholarship emphasizes this evolution and variation against both supporters who rigidify his early formulations into eternal principles and critics who attribute to him a consistent authoritarianism derived entirely from this single early text, regardless of subsequent developments in his thinking and practice observed. The scholarly debate over Lenin's responsibility for Stalinism engages serious historians attempting to trace causation rather than score ideological points for predetermined conclusions reached before examining evidence carefully. The totalitarian school emphasized structural continuities: secret police, one-party rule, suppression of opposition, ideological monopoly and concentration of power in party apparatus that Stalin inherited and intensified without fundamentally transforming in essence or function. Revisionist historians emphasized discontinuities: Lenin's collective leadership versus Stalin's personal dictatorship, limited red terror versus industrial-scale gulag, disputes within leadership versus total unanimity enforced through murder of dissenters, and Lenin's late criticisms of bureaucracy and Stalin personally indicating his own dissatisfaction with emerging patterns he recognized. Post-revisionist scholarship synthesizes these approaches, recognizing both enabling structures Lenin created and contingent factors affecting how those structures developed under successors operating in changed circumstances Lenin did not control from beyond the grave. The debate cannot be definitively resolved, because counterfactuals about what might have happened under different leadership or different circumstances cannot be tested empirically, only argued hypothetically with supporting reasoning that proves inconclusive against alternative equally plausible hypotheticals considered. What can be established is that Lenin created a system with significant authoritarian potential that could develop in different directions depending on subsequent leadership, international context, and internal political struggles whose outcomes were not determined in advance by structures Lenin established that nonetheless significantly shaped the range of possible developments. Contemporary Lenin scholarship benefits from archival access unavailable during the Soviet period, when official narratives dominated and critical examination was suppressed in countries where such examination mattered most practically and intellectually. Documents from the Soviet archives, partially opened since 1991, reveal aspects of Lenin's activity previously unknown or distorted by official accounts serving state legitimation purposes rather than historical accuracy objectives academically. His directives authorizing violence, his private correspondence revealing attitudes not expressed publicly, and internal party debates documented in minutes and reports provide evidence for more nuanced assessment than Cold War-era scholarship could achieve with limited access to primary sources directly. This archival revolution has generally confirmed negative assessments of Lenin's authoritarianism, while also revealing complexities that simplistic demonology obscured through its own ideologically motivated distortions of historical evidence available. Lenin emerges from the archives as a more fully human figure than either hagiography or demonology permitted. Genuinely committed to ideals, genuinely ruthless in pursuing them, genuinely intelligent in his analysis, and genuinely blind to dangers his methods created for the goals he sincerely sought to achieve through revolution. Part 23. The Hidden Assumptions of Leninism. Every theoretical system rests on assumptions that often remain implicit, unexamined by adherents who take them as obvious and unproblematic foundations, requiring no justification beyond their apparent self-evidence. Leninism contains several such assumptions, whose validity determines whether the system built upon them can actually achieve its stated goals or will predictably fail due to foundational flaws undermining the entire edifice constructed. Identifying these assumptions does not refute Leninism, since the assumptions might be correct, but it clarifies what Leninism requires to be true, and allows evaluation of whether those requirements are actually met by reality or represent theoretical commitments disconnected from actual conditions faced. Critics and defenders of Leninism have identified numerous such assumptions. What follows examines the most fundamental ones that shape everything else in the system, built upon their often unacknowledged foundation. These assumptions concern human nature, social possibility, the relationship between knowledge and political authority, and the dynamics of power once concentrated in revolutionary institutions designed for specific purposes initially. The first crucial assumption concerns whether correct theoretical understanding can be reliably identified and institutionally embodied in a vanguard party that maintains its correctness over time continuously. Leninism assumes that Marxist theory provides scientifically accurate understanding of history and society that can guide revolutionary practice toward objectively correct conclusions about strategy and tactics appropriately adopted. The vanguard party's claim to leadership rests on this claim to knowledge. It leads because it knows. And what it knows is scientific truth about social development that others lack and need to acquire through party education properly conducted. But if Marxism is not actually scientific in the required sense, or if even scientific knowledge cannot be institutionally embodied reliably, then the vanguard party's claim to authority loses its foundation entirely and becomes mere assertion of power without legitimate justification, distinguishing it from any other power claim. The history of Marxism suggests significant theoretical disagreements among Marxists about fundamental questions, indicating that scientific certainty claimed is not actually available, and that the party's theoretical authority is conventional rather than epistemically grounded objectively. The assumption of reliable theoretical knowledge justifying political authority thus appears questionable, which undermines the entire rationale for vanguard party organization and its claimed right to lead workers who have not authorized its leadership through any democratic process they controlled. The second crucial assumption concerns whether concentrated power can remain directed toward its original purposes rather than developing autonomous interests in self-perpetuation, regardless of those purposes initially served. Leninism assumes that the vanguard party, having correct theory and revolutionary commitment, will use power for workers' liberation, and will voluntarily relinquish power as conditions develop toward classless society, requiring no further state coercion to maintain. Historical experience suggests this assumption is false. Concentrated power develops its own interests. Those who hold power develop personal stakes in maintaining their positions, and institutions designed for one purpose get redirected toward preserving themselves and the privileges of those who control them inevitably over time. Lenin recognized this danger in his final writings, but never adequately theorized how to prevent it or built institutional safeguards that might have checking bureaucratic degeneration he came to recognize as threatening everything the revolution had been made to achieve originally and genuinely. The assumption that revolutionary commitment and correct theory would suffice to prevent power's corruption proved demonstrably false, as Stalin's rise showed with terrifying clarity for anyone willing to see what actually happened when Lenin's system operated without Lenin's personal qualities to restrain its inherent authoritarian tendencies structurally embedded. The third crucial assumption concerns whether social transformation can be achieved through capturing and using state power rather than transforming social relations more broadly through processes that cannot be reduced to political control exercised from commanding heights institutionally. Leninism assumes that seizing state power enables revolutionary transformation of economy and society by directing resources, coercing resistance, and organizing production according to socialist principles implemented through state mechanisms and party decisions enforced administratively. But social life may be too complex for such top-down direction, and transformation may require changes in consciousness, culture, and everyday practices that cannot be mandated by state decree, however sincerely revolutionary those issuing decrees might be in their intentions genuinely held. The Soviet experience suggests limits to what state power can achieve. Industrialization was accomplished through coercion, but new socialist consciousness and social relations remained elusive despite decades of official efforts at transformation through education, propaganda, and institutional engineering imposed from above. Socialism, as Lenin conceived it, the free association of producers democratically controlling their collective life, never emerged from the state-directed processes he initiated, and his successors continued with variations of method but similar assumptions about state power's transformative capacity remaining consistent throughout. The assumption that political revolution could produce social transformation proved at best incomplete. Capturing state power was achieved, but using that power to create genuinely socialist society failed for reasons connected to the limits of what state power can accomplish, regardless of who wields it or what purposes they intend to serve through its exercise. The fourth crucial assumption concerns the possibility of transitional forms that are temporary rather than self-perpetuating once established as normal features of institutional and social life operating continuously. Leninism assumes that the dictatorship of the proletariat is transitional, that the state will wither away, that emergency measures justified by crisis will be relaxed when crisis passes and normal conditions return, permitting democratic governance as originally intended. But transitional forms tend to become permanent, as those who benefit from them have power to perpetuate them, and those who suffer from them lack power to change them, given the structures of concentrated authority existing that transitions were supposed to overcome eventually. The Soviet state never withered. It grew more powerful and intrusive over time until external collapse rather than internal transformation ended its rule after 7 decades of continuous expansion of state power and contraction of individual and collective autonomy against state domination in all spheres of life. The assumption that transitions would actually transit to their intended destinations rather than stabilizing at intermediate points serving the interests of those who controlled the transition process proved false empirically, and arguably was theoretically naive from the beginning about power dynamics in institutional settings. Part 24. Synthesis and conclusion. Vladimir Lenin created a body of thought and practice that shaped the 20th century more than almost any other individual intellectual and political figure active during that transformative period. His synthesis of Marxist theory with organizational innovation, strategic analysis, and revolutionary will produced a political movement that actually took state power and held it through civil war, foreign intervention, and economic catastrophe against overwhelming odds initially faced. The Soviet state he founded lasted 70 years, inspired revolutionary movements on every continent, terrified ruling classes worldwide, and posed the most serious challenge to global capitalism that any movement had ever mounted before or has mounted since its collapse in 1991. Understanding Lenin is therefore essential for understanding the modern world he did so much to shape. Whether one evaluates his legacy positively, negatively, or with the ambivalence that serious engagement with complex historical phenomena typically produces among honest observers. Neither uncritical celebration nor reflexive condemnation serves the purpose of genuine understanding that requires acknowledging both achievements and failures, both insights and blindnesses, both contributions and crimes, inseparably mixed in any consequential historical legacy of comparable magnitude. Lenin's theoretical contributions remain significant even for those who reject his political conclusions and deplore the practical outcomes of movements claiming his inspiration legitimately or otherwise. His theory of imperialism, whatever its empirical limitations, identified structural features of global capitalism that persist today: concentration of economic power, integration of financial and industrial capital, export of capital to exploit cheaper labour and resources abroad, and geopolitical rivalry among great powers with devastating consequences for populations caught in their conflicts worldwide. His theory of the state identified the class character of political institutions that present themselves as neutral while serving dominant class interests systematically, if not always obviously, to those lacking analytical tools to perceive patterns beneath appearances carefully examined. His organizational theory, for all its authoritarian implications, addressed real problems of building effective movements under hostile conditions that require discipline, coordination, and strategic direction that purely spontaneous movements consistently fail to provide for themselves adequately sustained. Even where his answers proved wrong or dangerous, his questions often identified genuine problems that alternative approaches must also address if they aim at fundamental social transformation rather than merely rhetorical opposition to injustice that changes nothing actually. Lenin's failures are equally instructive, revealing limits and dangers of approaches that remain tempting to those seeking rapid fundamental change through concentrated political action, directed by those who believe they understand what must be done. The Vanguard party, claiming to represent working-class interests, substituted itself for the class, making decisions on behalf of workers without accountability to them, and eventually suppressing workers who resisted party dictates in the name of their own interests differently understood than party leadership defined them officially. The dictatorship of the proletariat became dictatorship over the proletariat, as the state apparatus developed interests separate from and opposed to working people it claimed to serve, and eventually terrorized into submission under Stalin's comprehensive tyranny, building on Lenin's foundations structurally and institutionally. The promise of liberation produced new forms of domination arguably worse than what revolution replaced, as the comprehensive power of the party state reached into every corner of social and personal life in ways Tsarism never achieved with its more limited bureaucratic capacity and ambitions ideologically. These failures should chasten anyone who imagines that good intentions, correct analysis, and revolutionary will suffice to produce good outcomes when structural features of concentrated power operate according to their own logic, regardless of the purposes those who created them intended to serve through their operation. The question of what remains valuable in Lenin's legacy cannot be answered abstractly, but only through engagement with specific problems contemporary movements face in their own circumstances historically. His emphasis on organization as essential to effective political action retains validity against tendencies to imagine that spontaneous movements can sustain themselves without structures that preserve lessons, coordinate activities, and provide continuity through inevitable ebbs and flows of popular mobilization over time. His insistence on theoretical seriousness, on understanding the systems one seeks to change, provides necessary corrective to activism that remains content with moral opposition to injustice, without analyzing the mechanisms producing injustice and the leverage points where intervention might actually succeed in changing anything significantly. His recognition that reform within existing systems faces structural limits that cannot be overcome without fundamental transformation, challenges comfortable assumptions that patient improvement will gradually solve problems rooted in the basic organization of economic and political life, requiring more fundamental change than gradualism can achieve. Whether these insights require acceptance of other aspects of Leninism that proved disastrous in practice is precisely the question that those seeking to learn from history must address through their own theoretical work and practical experiments conducted under their own conditions, responsibly and with appropriate humility about their capacity to foresee consequences of actions undertaken. Lenin died in January 1924 at age 53. His health, destroyed by strokes that had progressively incapacitated him over his final years of life, prematurely ended. He spent his last months attempting to intervene against developments he recognized as dangerous, particularly Stalin's consolidation of power through control of the party apparatus Lenin himself had created and shaped throughout his revolutionary career, leading to that result. His warnings went unheeded, his proposals for reform were not implemented, and his testament criticizing Stalin was suppressed by successors who had their own reasons for ignoring the dying leader's final wishes, expressed clearly in writing left behind for guidance, posterity ignored. The revolution he had devoted his life to making succeeded in taking power, but failed to achieve the liberation that was supposed to justify all the sacrifices and crimes committed in its name over decades of struggle and construction, ending in collapse rather than the communist culmination theoretical promises had seemed to guarantee historically. His legacy remains contested because the questions he addressed remain unresolved. How to organize effectively against concentrated power, how to achieve fundamental change in unjust systems, how to prevent revolutionary movements from reproducing the domination they sought to abolish. These questions will be answered, if they are answered, not by interpreting Lenin correctly, but by practical struggles that draw on available theoretical resources, including Lenin's despite his failures, while remaining alert to dangers his experience so vividly illustrated for anyone willing to learn from history, honestly examined. Lenin matters not because he was right about everything or wrong about everything, but because he engaged seriously with problems that remain our problems, in forms that have changed, but not disappeared from the world he did so much to shape, for better and for worse, inseparably intertwined. The capitalism he analyzed has evolved, but not overcome its tendency toward crisis, inequality, and destruction of both human lives and natural conditions of human existence that cannot continue indefinitely without consequences. We are only beginning to experience and understand today. The state power, he theorized, remains concentrated in ways that serve dominant interests, while presenting itself as neutral arbiter among competing claims. It systematically adjudicates in favor of those with power to influence its operations through mechanisms Lenin identified with analytical precision still relevant. The organizational problems he addressed persist as movements rise and fall without developing capacity to sustain themselves, learn from experience, and act strategically over the extended timescales that fundamental change requires to achieve against entrenched opposition with far greater resources than challengers can mobilize. Engaging with Lenin means engaging with these problems through the lens of someone who thought about them more deeply than most, and acted on his conclusions with consequences that instruct through both achievements and disasters that reveal what approaches to these problems can and cannot accomplish under what conditions specified. That engagement continues wherever people refuse to accept that the way things are is the way things must remain forever, and seek understanding and organization adequate to changing what understanding reveals as changeable through collective action, effectively directed toward achievable transformation of unjust conditions into something better than what currently exists and has existed throughout human history until genuine liberation finally becomes possible through struggles whose outcomes remain undetermined and dependent on what those who undertake them learn, including from Lenin and his fate.